Ohio. So we are going to be talking about third eye opening experience, which I have gone through a few times. So I'm here again going through it. And I just want to share with y'all, just in case anybody else was having the same thing going on. I'll wait till a few more people get in, just so they won't miss the bulk of it, because y'all know I just go right in, right? So I'll just share that I am experiencing a lot of the symptoms of the third eye or pineal gland activation, or third eye opening, or whatever you want to call it, kundalini ascension, whatever. So people call it so many different things, but I just want to go over a few of them, so just in case you were not familiar. So it started, was it yesterday? No, the day before yesterday. And it started out as a pressure and then a growing, like it's almost like a pressure and then a growing like feeling. And then your eyes and ears start becoming very sensitive. Very sensitive. Like you have to wear sunglasses at night. That's how sensitive your eyes become. You also, it's hard to be in the sun for, direct sunlight with no sunglasses on. You also have to have like you, like these lights are too bright for me. And there are these just small ring lights. I don't even have my big light on because that's why it's dark. Your ears are very sensitive to sound. That's why I'm not talking really loud. I'm kind of like lowering my voice because it's like ears are sensitive. My sense of smell is like way up. I can smell everything. It's just very strange. My throat is like extra dry, or it's wants water, like very thirsty. So I think you just experience a lot of the senses increasing. I can hear stuff that most people can't hear. Like, you know how like animals can hear those like high pitched sounds, like the direction that it's coming from too. So I can hear all of that. I can definitely tell which videos has hidden sounds in them versus the ones that don't. A lot of people are trying to send videos right now to um, put a frequency inside of your head or inside of your being, and you can hear straight off when you press play, you can hear that underlying sound, which most people can't hear. And a lot of phone calls have that too. Like a lot of those telemarketers, they're not really telemarketers. And so as soon as you turn on the phone, you can hear those things too. So, boop. It just makes you very aware of a lot of things that you were not aware of, or before, or most people aren't aware of. Like I had a very intense vision, but I always have intense visions, but this one was like more profound. And it was like whatever I saw, I'm gonna tell you what I saw, but what I saw explains so much with so little. That's how it is. It's like you see a vision that will explain things for years to come, but at the same time, it's so simplistic. That's how I can explain it. So what I saw was like this moving, like dark colorful, like it looks like oil slick color. You know what that looks like? Like it's dark, but it's like rainbowish, but it's like an oil slick kind of color. And it was moving like this. And then I got in closer, and then it looked like snake skin, like it was a giant snake going like this, like in its inside of itself. And then I was going to like I would pan out to see a larger perspective, and then it turned into like a galaxy. Then I would pan out more, like I would zoom out, and then it would turn into like a black hole or universe or something, a black hole, I don't know, and then it would turn into something else, and that's what it would turn into, and it's like, wow, interesting. So there was, very interesting colors that were all kind of melted together and then melting and changing constantly, but it was in darkness, but the darkness was lit within. It was interesting. It was just like, I'm sure a lot of answers and interesting information will come out of that vision as I analyze it more, but that's what I saw last night in my vision. Um, I'm very sensitive to light, so I had to sleep with the covers over my head. Um, and it's hard to even look at my phone or the computer. But the good thing about it is, like, I can feel what people are thinking, like their intentions, and you can, like, they can't fool you. This is like, it's kind of like, remember when I told you guys on 5D and like, you can't fool people, you can't lie to them. Well, if this is what it means, then if we're going to be ultra sensitive and we're able to feel people's intention, then that's probably what it means, because I can feel people's intention. They don't even have to say anything. And if they are talking, or just even just connecting with their mental, even just you can tell, and that's how you can tell who's for you and who's not for you, or how they feel about you, really. And so you have to. This is a good thing, because like sometimes you need to know, and I feel like I can tell the difference, and sometimes it helps you out a lot. It's increased intuition. Like, it's not just, oh, I feel like you feel nice to me, or I can feel like your true intention. Like, it's like I can make a sentence out of it, almost. You know what I mean? I can actually write down what you're feeling, basically. So that's what I'm experiencing as well. And you'll find that children say what they want to say, and they don't really hold back. Okay. So the children hide less than adults, and it's interesting. That's why you should always ask children if you want the truth. Like, I can feel that. My cat has been wanting to be around me way more than usual. Sleeps right by me, won't leave. I don't know, it's crazy. Another thing, like, I wrote down some notes, like what I was experiencing. Maybe y'all did too. I experienced, like, when it first started, just like an increased pressure in my ears, and then like right here, and then in the back of my head, and then the light sensitivity would come. It's like lights just look brighter, you know. I also haven't had much of an appetite. Like, I don't really want to eat, even though food tastes good. It's just like, I think you're just not super hungry. I mean, you're going to eat, but you're not going to be like, oh, I'm starving, or oh, I'm hungry. You'll eat if you remember. Yeah, you say humans only use 10% of their brains, right? So another thing that I'm doing is like, there's like a slight headache and like an ear thing, like an ear, like it needs to pop, but not really. It's just like an ear pain. Also, I also experienced seeing how everything connects to the spiritual. It took my decoding to another level. Like, it's like you can see the code and everything now. Like, I've already been able to do that, but it's even easier. Thank you, Caesar. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to dream despite smoking weed? I don't know. I don't smoke weed. Try some CBD oil instead. I don't know. Some melatonin. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm so sorry. Okay. Another thing is like, I don't know, it's kind of like in the back of my neck too. Blah blah blah. Oh, well, I've already experienced this once or maybe twice before. I don't think I realized it the first time, but the second time and this time I realize it, like I understand what it is. So the first time that it happened, I was like, I just saw so many things open up. Like, it was weird because the answers are so obvious to most questions when it opens up. So like, you see so many ways to make money. You see so many ideas. It's not money, but it's the ideas. You're open up to so many new ideas. Like, you can take ideas out of the sky, basically. You just like boop, 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 because it's like there. It's like, it's obvious. It's like people can't see it, but it's there. So it's like I can come on here and tell people how to just get paid with nothing, little of nothing. And it's because, and it increases, I guess, as this other third eye experience is happening. I'm seeing so many easier ways, not just ways, but easier ways. Like, the ways get easier. Like, it's like you're leveling up with the ideas. So, and if you get in a dark room and turn off all the lights, you're able to see a whole nother reality. I think that's also why we're sensitive to light, because we're supposed to be in darkness right now. And you close your eyes and you'd be like seeing stuff that's gonna make sense, especially if you know how to decode. Ooh, I'm gonna go do that after this video. I'm gonna go sit in the darkness for about 30 to 40 minutes. I don't know however long it takes. And I'm going to take notes about what I'm seeing, the symbols I'm getting, how I'm feeling, because I think a lot of this information is like going to be very beneficial. I don't know, like, there's certain ways that you can open it, but like, then there's certain other ways that they can open. I mean, I wish I really could tell you guys. There's so many videos on it. And like, the information that you get or the visions that you see will constantly unfold more and more and more and more and more, and more information will come out of it. So it's like, I also feel like a little bit dizzy. So if like I move my head too fast, it's like my equilibrium is a little bit off. But, and then like, I feel like it not only happened like once within this week, but like like it's just continuously, crazy. So is anyone else experiencing this at this time? Y'all could put in the comments. What did you say? I'm trying to read something. It's hard to read in these glasses. Mm-hmm. You went through that? What? Okay, so let me see if anyone's actually experiencing it. Mhm. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Okay, no one. No one in here. All right, going forward. Um, I remember the prior time that this happened, I was like a knowledge absorbing machine. Like I could understand things quick. I could read like a whole book within like 2 days, like a thick book of like science information. I could do like all those. I could like perfectly understand it and explain it back in simple form. It was just like I was hungry for knowledge after the first time after the previous time, because I think the first time it happened, I was not aware. I just thought something was off. But the previous time and this time, I'm aware. And there are subtle, this is going to sound a bit strange, but there are certain people that if you're associated with or you talk to or whatever, that they may have the ability or tools to open your third eye. And they also may be able to give you information like when things are about to shift and when it's about to open. So that's how I knew that it was, about to occur. I started feeling the pressure, and then I saw some of the information that was sent out, like online, from certain people, and they were saying, you know, get ready, it's happening now. Like, huh? Now? I know it sounds strange, but like if I say too much, it's like, you don't want to say too much. I just saw Shooting Star tonight, and you were thinking about how to better my business as I'm sending you this cash. Oh, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Girl, look that up, girl. The part of it is looking it up, and that's another part of this whole thing. Like they don't tell you anything. You got to go find the information yourself. They're not gonna tell you much. And that's the whole journey. Like the whole journey is searching and seeking information. It's like if you don't, then oh well, you don't want to. You don't want it. And I think that's what it's all about. Even if you try, more symbols will be sent instead of information. So that's why you have to learn how to code. So yeah. So after the pre-warning that the third eye was about to open, light started getting very, bright to me. And it was interesting because the time that the information was sent, it wasn't even a few minutes later that the information started occurring. The no, the light sensitivity and the pressure. It's very strange. So the pineal gland is the seventh chakra, right? And that's what is really being opened and activated, your third eye. Another thing I can say about that is, you definitely start to separate from people that understand and don't understand, and it kind of alienates you in a way, because you can't just talk to everybody. And like, yeah. Thank you, Caesar. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What? Let's see. Would Ra take over a body and try to crack someone? I don't know. I don't. I mean, what kind of question is that? I think that what I really feel like is what I saw says that you could zoom in and pan out, and you have access to everything. Your perspective is not limited. That's the vision that I got. Your perspective is not limited. We only limit our perspective, because just like you can zoom in and zoom out on like the computer or the phone, the touch screen, or a telescope, it's the same way you can do it in here. I need definition of dark matter and black matter that's alive. Immediately thought of, yep, you're right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I have it in my book. Y'all need to go get my book. It's in the description bar. Bloop. Ooh, that light too bright even on the book. That's how bad it is. A picture. It's in the description bar if y'all want to get it. It's on Amazon. So the perspective that you have is so broad, but you've been only given a pinpoint of perspective compared to what you can really see in your third eye. And it's like, wow. And then when you talk to people, it's like their perspective is even smaller and gets smaller. That's why they try to put you in a box and in a category and in a stereotype and in a place, because they don't ever want you to see your perspective as grand, like you can see everything. So just imagine Google Earth, but Google Galaxy, Google Universe. And you could zoom in onto any planet, or you can zoom in onto any galaxy, or you can zoom in, wherever. It's like, that's what it was like. So our perspective is unlimited, but people try to limit our perspective by showing us things and telling us that we can't see certain things. And it took me to be blind, or not really blind, but like in the darkness, to see everything. Literally. That's why, like, when you look in a telescope, it's better if it's dark outside, and you can zoom in on pretty much everything, but it has to be dark around you. I also figured out that, like, sometimes talking less is saying more, especially if you are vibrating on a higher frequency. Like, you don't have to talk to certain people to understand what they feel, or feel what they, feel what they're feeling. Like you can get a sense of what they're communicating without talking. Thank you, Caesar. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Like, some people get mad because people are, oh, they're not calling me, they're not responding, or they're, they haven't called me in a week, or this person hasn't, made sure that I'm alive, or whatever. But I think through this, it's like you can feel the communication. I don't know, it's weird. You know how, like, let's just say, for example, let's say you have a husband or a wife or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever, and they don't call you after, like, for 2 days, and you're like, oh my gosh, where are they? why aren't they calling? You know, you're going to be freaking out, right? But with this, it's like, you know why they're not calling, or you know it's okay. You know, there's nothing wrong. And so that's what it is. It's like you have that extra intuition, and you don't need the communication, verbal. You don't need the verbal communication. You can feel it. It's like a wave, a connection wave, yeah. And it's like, okay, is it real? Like, now you have to ask yourself, is this real, or am I just imagining this feeling, or is the other person really feeling that way? But then you feel like, yeah, they are, because, you know, that seems like that's how they would feel. I don't know. It's like you already know the answer before you ask the question. And so the question is stupid after you ask it. Isn't that weird? Thank you, Queen Mother. I've been getting into yoga in the past month. I've been noticing slight pressure in between my eyebrows and have been lots of lucid dreams recently. I'm hoping that it's a good sign. Yeah. Yep, that's how it starts, because like I recently had a lucid dream like a couple of nights before this happened. So it could be a good sign. Right. And so it's like you don't need the confirmation anymore, because right after you ask the question, you feel like the answer you already know. I don't know, it's a weird feeling. I can't even explain it. It's like it's like asking the phone number to 911. That's what it's like. Okay. So I guess that's the best way I can explain it. What's the number to 911? Sasha is on a mission to decode Barney. We decoded Barney in 10 minutes or less. Um, she said there's conspiracy theories around the internet about Barney. And we listened to some of them, and I don't know if they were true, but what some of those conspiracy theories were basically somebody had coded out the information, like this episode of Barney was on at 3 a.m. in the morning, and they were playing the music backwards and stuff like that. I'm like, you know, that's code. You know what they're really saying. You know. It's like, why is Barney purple though, and with green spots? What is Barney? Barney. You know, he's a dinosaur. He doesn't die, he soars. I don't die, no, I soar. Die, no, soar. He was always in the front of the line, and all the children was going behind him singing a song. It's like, what? Code. And you know, that's how I first started seeing the colors that I first started seeing, the Barney colors, literally purple and green. That's how it started off. That's how the vision started off. And then all the colors started coming in. And then the snake thing started coming. So, and then I remember I did a video like maybe last year about those colors, the green and the purple. There's like a substance in between your brain, from your left hemisphere and your right hemisphere, and there's a wall, and then your pineal gland is like right there too. I think when that wall is pierced and the left and the right brain are connected through this liquid, I don't know. I could be just saying stuff. I don't even know. But I feel that's what it was. I don't know, it's just very strange. But it's interesting at the same time because I already talked about this a long time ago, but now I actually experienced it. Before it was mostly research and learning from, books and pictures and videos and, just whatever. And now I've actually experienced it. Well, but one mic means a child. What? You said like on mushrooms? I told y'all I didn't need no mushrooms or no drugs. Now I see why. If I did all of that, I don't even know what would I see. Right. Is it possible this third eye to close third eye back? Why would you want to close it? I hate the negative part and I want to tap in for the positive. You can't have the positive without the negative. What are you doing? You want to turn the night off too, so you'll have all day every day? You can't turn it off. You can't have the positive without the negative. What? I don't see anything that's negative. I mean, like I get to wear sunglasses and look cool. I get to make a video about it. I mean, that's good, right? I get to share my experience with you guys so that if it happens to you, you won't freak out. You'll be like, oh, that's what Shira said. That's what Shira was talking about. So I don't see anything bad. Except I just moved my head too fast and got dizzy. Law of polarity. Yours has been open for some time now. Often have slight pain between my eyebrows. You have? But like people think I'm strange because I will walk around and I'm saying, do you smell that? Do you hear that? And I focus in on things. And it's like no one else experiences it. I can tell what someone ate before they come in the house because I can smell it from outside. I can smell it from outside. I'm like, you just ate this, right? It's strange. It doesn't like it dissipates over time, but you still have increased senses still more than others. Did my vision change? No, my vision hasn't changed. It's just I'm just sensitive to light and sound right now. And if I move too fast, I'll get dizzy. A lot of ascension processes are going on right now. A lot of energies are ascending. A lot of people's kundalini is ascending right now. And I think that's what's happening. Frequency is changing. I can smell the food being cooked outside of the grocery store. Really? Yeah, so what I feel like now is, I mean, it's not a big mystery. It's not like you're missing a bunch of, like, if you haven't experienced this, you're not missing a lot except for intensity and more awareness. It's almost like, how when you were a little kid and you weren't as aware of things as you are now, like you didn't know how to drive, you just knew a car moved forward when your mom got in the front seat, right? You didn't know all the details. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like you're seeing more details about how everything works. From being a child to taking driver's ed, to seeing how, oh, the car just moves when mama gets in the front seat. I don't know how a car works or how driving works. I don't even know how traffic rules work. I'm just in the back seat looking out of the window, right? But then when, like, let's say when your third eye opens, it's like, you know how to drive, you know how the car works, you know how the engine works. It's almost on that level. You can smell the different fluids in the car. And then it's like, I'm cold, y'all. So then it's just like, it's like a new awareness, basically. That's all. What if it's just schizophrenia? It ain't schizophrenia. I think schizophrenia is actually seeing into another dimension, honestly, or seeing everything in code, literally. But when I say I see everything in code, it means I'm just decoding as I see it. I don't see certain things in code. I see things and decode it right away. So I think there's a difference. Mm-hmm. And being who I am, being a Pisces as well, I've always been very intuitive, and so this is like just more of a broadening of those energies and that intuition. So I'm already pretty used to it because I've always been very imaginative. I've always had vivid dreams. I've always been like very sensitive. So I'm used to that. I've always been able to see certain things that other people haven't. I'm used to that, but it's an increase of it. Hmm. Right. You said that's been happening a lot. Subliminal conversations and suggestions that I have something, and then it happened. Yeah. Y'all are still so silly. And like it doesn't mean you're all gonna be all serious and spiritual because I'm still silly. I still got TikTok and doing crazy videos on there and looking silly. But like it doesn't change who you are. It just heightens the awareness. That's all. And it's like, and now I understand certain people that I didn't understand before. There's people that were mysterious to me, and I didn't understand why they were a certain way until, you know, recently. And I'm like, I see. And then I feel like I'm the same way to other people. And so I have to understand it. I have to be like, okay, so that's why you feel that way about me, because you're not as aware. But if you become more aware, then you understand me. Like you know more about me. You understand me more. Uh-huh. Hmm. Yeah, you can see right through people. Yeah. That's why I don't like to be around too many people because, like, I'll see right through them. I'm like, um, you always have known since child, but evolved spiritually during your depression. Ooh. Ever since your Kundalini was activated, it's been a wrap. My psychic ability is off the chain. Yep. Like I don't even know if you can call it psychic ability. After becoming super aware, I think you just call it reading. Reading what is. It's like you see a whole nother language or something, and you can just say stuff, and then here it comes. Like, you hate when you feel others with bad vibes. It's like you don't want to be in the same room. It's like you have to go away. It's like, because it literally affects you. I know people call it empathic, but at the same time, you can turn it off if you want to. But when you're just wanting to be, it's just more comfortable to be alone or go in another room or with somebody with better energy. Right? It's almost like a smell, but not a smell. It's like a feeling, that stank. Right? That's the best way I can explain. It's like a feeling that smells bad. Okay. Like, I gotta get out of the room. It's like it doesn't hurt, but it stank. If you could feel what stank felt like, that's what it like, you stink energetically. Well, how do you stink energetically? Like you? Right. Jeepers creepers. Okay, so, but I will tell you this: all is mind, energy, sound, and frequency, because that's how you can affect so many people. Like, they have the technology now, Leon. No, I'm gonna tell y'all this part. They have the technology now to open your third eye by pressing a button. Boop. It's just immense sound, and boop, here it comes. A lot of those online third eye activation videos, they probably have a hidden toad in them that you probably, you know, can get activated with, but I don't know if some people will understand what's happening to them or not. Yeah, I was pretty much born. I think we're all pretty much born with our third eye opened or able to see certain things, and then we're taught, and our vibration decreases, and like we have to reopen it when we get older, or open it more, like if it's shut a little bit. And the thing that I experienced in my vision, it was like the same stuff I used to experience, very similar when I was a child, when I would do certain things. Like when I was a child, I had like a very vivid imagination. I would go inside of pictures or paintings. I was able to do that as a child, and it seemed very real to me. And so, how I started to look at the picture or the painting was how my vision, in my third eye, started to move around as well. The picture started to move, and it became real, and you could zoom in and zoom out, and I think that's what I was doing as a child. I was zooming in. I zoomed in so much that I was there. It's weird. It's like you could go wherever you want to go when you want to go. And I used to do this as a child, and that's what I experienced last night, but without the actual picture to go into. But I was using the entire universe to zoom in and zoom out. That was the picture of the universe. So I was like in outer space, or the galaxy, or the darkness, or the dark cosmic energy, and I could zoom in and zoom out, and I could see that. And you zoomed very close in. It was a giant snake going in and out of itself of an oil slicked color. It was a dark rainbowish oil slick, ever changing color that turned into a black hole that turned into a galaxy. It was just crazy. It was like, what am I seeing? And then when you zoom out, you see the galaxies and the stars and stuff like that. When you zoom in, that's what it is. Like you get a microscope and zoom all the way in, that's what you're going to see. And I know about the Ouroboros or whatever. Am I saying it right? And that it made me think about that. I'm like, that's a real symbol because I saw it. It doesn't look like this. It's more of an infinity. It's not a circle. It's an infinity symbol. And like a eternal infinity. It's an infinity symbol spiral. That's what it is. And I don't know why it was a snake or a serpent. I mean, if you think about what it means, like dragon, I know in the ancient days, they had like in Africa, they had this big snake and they called it zombie or something like that. I don't know. The Dogon people had ancient knowledge of the serpent race or something like that. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I mean, I only know what I saw. Yeah, it looked like the color of the aurora, but dark. Not light, but dark. Right. But it's like it was like a black light with like the rainbow oil slick colors on it at night. If you saw some oil, a puddle of oil at night with the light shining on it, that's what it looked like melting colors together in darkness with light beaming, shining on it, but still it's dark. You said the serpent race are called Saurians? Mm-hmm. You went to a Naga woman to so bad. What? Dang, there's a lot of comments now. The Caduceus. Cosmic Serpent. He was watching a documentary. The Great Awakening. Ouroboros. Zooming in and seeing bacteria in a dream. That's how very. The closest I could get was seeing the scales, and then I zoomed out, and that's what it was. Then I started thinking about birds and dinosaurs. How a lot of people say, "Oh, dinosaurs evolved into birds," and then I saw my, Sasha, my daughter, has a dinosaur mask, and I saw it, and I'm picturing it with a beak in front of its nose, like, because when they find dinosaur skeletons, it's like their nose is like this, right? But if you stuck a beak in front of it, it would look very similar to a bird skeleton in the face area. So it's like dinosaurs evolved into birds. We already knew that, but that makes sense. Dinosaurs. Anyway, no, they didn't die. They turned into birds. Sprinkle, sprinkle. No. So it's alchemy. In the very word dinosaur is the alchemy. The serpents turn into birds. Then there is the griffin, like, the mythological griffin creature. It's like the Gryffindor from Harry Potter, you know. And then you have the dragon, which is a winged serpent. So it's like you have evolution, human alchemy, human evolution, constant change occurring, constant universal growth, constant consciousness growth, constant information. It's like there's too much. You can never learn everything. You'll be here for eternity trying to learn everything. It's like, that's what I saw. Like, if you keep trying to learn, you're gonna be here a long time. But so many people want to learn so they can know stuff, so they can, have power and this, and that, and have, their fun in the matrix. And when you see that, I don't know, it's like weird. It's like when you see everything for what it really is, you know that you can never know everything unless you stay here forever. And then you become like that. If y'all saw Doctor Strange, you become like that. I forgot the dude's name, start with a D. That Doctor Strange has to go up to in the cosmos, and he kept rewinding time and torturing this dude by showing back up after Dormammu, that's the name is. Dormammu killed him. He kept coming back and coming back and coming back. He's like, dang, I'm tired of you. What do you want? So it's kind of like that. It's kind of like he wanted to know so much, he became trapped as a cosmic being. And he thought he was all powerful until he wasn't trapped at first. He didn't think he was trapped at first. He thought he was all powerful and big and bad until Doctor Strange started rewinding time on him. Then he realized he was in prison. I'm like, what? There was no prison. He was in the vastness of the cosmos. But one person made him realize that he was in prison with no bars, but just a continuous appearance over and over and over. And I'm like, okay, what does this mean? Are we in prison? Yes, we are. Okay, anyway. But we don't know it until something happens over and over and over, right? Until you can't escape, like Groundhog Day. He didn't know he was in prison until he figured out that the day kept repeating. And so he went crazy. Y'all saw Groundhog Day, right? He went crazy, like did everything that he wanted to do, did some weird stuff, and then finally he decided to make the best of it and become the best version of himself, which is like the great work, to become as enlightened and as nice and as good and like where it counts to people, because if you're stuck somewhere, you might as well make it the best reality you can, right? Make it a fairy tale. Then when he finally got that day correct, or in his mind correct, the date changed to the next day. And he got to move forward to see what was next. See what day 2 would be like after meeting this lady, So he took, I don't know how many, probably took years to get this lady to fall in love with him in one day. The whole town fell in love with him in one day on Groundhog Day. And when the movie started off, everybody hated him. So he had to become this better version of himself and make that given reality the best he could make it. And I think that's what we're here to do. Like, we're here to do that. So many people are focused on so many other things, but we're here to make this reality the best we can make it. Not worrying about what other people are doing and their reality. Look, what are you doing here? Who's involved in your life? Who can you touch? And it's like, how can you help them by being the best you? What would you want them to say to you if you were in their place? That's what it's about. It's about having multiple perspectives while here rather than out there. Ooh, that's deep right now. So instead of zooming in from the cosmos, you're here and you have to look through their perspective instead. Whoever's around you. Like empathy or something like that. But it's different because it helps you grow as a person. It helps your perspective grow from what you can't see from zooming in from the outside. Does that make sense? It's like using your spidey senses to zoom in even further. It's kind of like, you know how when they send out a sound and it tells you what's in the way, like a bat's radar, instead of you flashing a light and seeing it, you're getting the information back instead. It's kind of like that. So I look around my little office. It's not really little, it's actually kind of big. And I have like all these things in here, books, a desk, and I realized that by looking at all the details that I spent making it my reality. It's very unique, very different, not like anybody else. I didn't copy anything. It's just very eclectic, I would say. And so that's what made me happy. That's what made me feel like I wanted to experience, being in this office. And so I think that's what we have to do with our lives. We have to make it just how we want it, not what other people want, because that's their perspective. And you're here to create your perspective, your reality. And they're here to create their perspective and their reality. If you want to see through their reality, then you just imagine yourself in their place, or you go visit them in their reality. But you don't let them change your creativity because they don't like what you've created. Right? And I think a lot of people don't realize this and they become conformed. And then they're unhappy and they don't know why. Because they're doing what other people told them to do, and they're not creating their own reality or their own universe and their own happiness. So if they're not creating, and that's what they're here for, then they're going to lack their purpose. They're not going to feel like they have a purpose, and they're going to start feeling sad and turning to other things that are not productive, and then they're going to feel like they're lost and da da da. But what really you're supposed to be doing is creating your own reality. That's it. How you like it. If you want to see something change, then you have to change your reality. That's it. You said it's a prison. Yeah, but a prison is freedom at the same time. And that's what people don't realize. Just like on the Doctor Strange movie, when he went out into the cosmos and kept rewinding time and making that Dormammu dude mad. The Dormammu dude thought he was free until Doctor Strange started recycling himself over and over. Then he became a prisoner. So it's all about your perspective and what other people are doing around you, and how you allow other people to affect you at the same time. So you're free, but then you start to feel imprisoned when someone tries to put their reality on you, because you didn't feel imprisoned before people started telling you what to do and how to be and not to do that and not to do this, and this is ugly, you shouldn't do this, or move that furniture over here. Now you feel like a prisoner and like somebody's trying to control your reality. And it's not till someone else gets involved in changing how you create your reality that you feel prison. And that's like government, that's like anything that rules over you can make you feel like you're in a prison. But you're supposed to make the best out of your reality, and it won't, and the prison will disappear. The prison will disappear. Like, make the best out of everything. And like when your third eye opens, if you don't want to work anymore, you won't have to work. You'll see a way to make money. You'll see ideas that just come through. You'll find a way, no matter what it is. It's not like you're going to be rich overnight. It's not like you're going to make money overnight, but you'll find a way to gradually create that into your reality. Sometimes you do find a quick way overnight. If you're, if you're very creative, if you don't let people control your thoughts and how you create your own reality and what methods that you use to create it, it doesn't matter. You're the creator of your reality. Who cares what they think about how you created your reality? Who cares? They mad because they don't have the creativity that you do or the tools. So, just allowing yourself to get the information on manifesting, creating purpose. We're creators. We're not supposed to be creating someone else's reality. We are not Oompa Loompas, okay? We are not Oompa Loompas. You said, love, this pressure creates diamonds. It does. Do y'all like my pattern? It's houndstooth. Boop. They suffer because they don't know they're free. That's right. Where you been? A fractal fantasy? Where you been? You don't know that you're in prison until someone else controls your reality. You don't know. Yeah, because you're free until then. Think about it. This is why I'm not a people pleaser. And I say what I say. Because like, compromise. Let's talk about compromise, the deal. On Doctor Strange, they made a deal. Look, you stop controlling my reality and I'll do you a favor. What's the favor? I'll rewind time so you can figure out what you're going to do. Okay? I'll rewind time so you can figure out what you're going to do. And that's where we are. Y'all, I have on these glasses because I'm sensitive to light. So I was talking about the third eye opening, and that's part of what happens. You get very sensitive to light and sound, and you get kind of dizzy. So, but you have like very profound visions, lucid dreams, highly sensitive senses like smell, taste, even touch. Like it's probably not that cold in here, or you know, maybe it is, I don't know. But everything is very sensitive. Intuition is increased. Telepathy is increased. It's like you can hear sounds that most people can't. Like, if I were to watch TV right now, I could tell you what commercials have those messages in them that with the tones in the background. I could tell you because I can hear them. You thought you were going crazy? Ain't nobody about to go crazy. I got what you need. No, it's not going crazy. It's just your awareness is just much more heightened, so you see more than most people at when your third eye is opening. And so if you kind of know that, then you don't react to it like as if you're going crazy. You just say, I am so glad I'm noticing this. Because eventually it's going to wear off a little bit, but you'll still have an increase, but it's not going to be as intense as it is like when your third eye is opening. But now you have the knowledge that goes, with it. So you know things are going on, and you know how people feel about you, um, because you felt it when you were very sensitive, and you may be able to kind of remember and tap into that and try to grow that from the level that it maybe shrank to, and then you can increase it more and more until your third eye opens further. hmm How do you open your third eye? Well, someone says constant meditation, but that's code. You see, when you try to get information, you go and you really seek. You be sitting there. Nope, that ain't meditation. And I was watching Q earlier, Q Reeves, and he was trying to tell y'all that what y'all think meditation is ain't meditation, and he don't want to tell y'all because he wants y'all to figure it out. And I'm like, and I would always be in the comments when people ask me, "Do you meditate? Do you meditate? Why are you asking me so many times? Why are you so curious if I meditate?" Think about that for 2 seconds. Why would somebody ask me 50,000 million times in one stream if I meditate? Does it really matter to them that much? Or is there something else that it really means? Mhm. That's what y'all think it means. It doesn't mean what you think it means. Some people know. You know how some people ask me, do I meditate? And I tell them that I'm a walking meditation. He said what meditate means to the body is different from what it is spoke about. Yep. It has to do with the body. Break the word down. The meaning is in the word. Yeah, I know my decoding skills is up to probably up superpower right now. Hold on, let me get my dry erase board. If I can find a pen in the darkness. The marker. That ain't it. I have like this box of junk right here. But I don't know where the marker is. I found the eraser. That's not going to help me. Well, here I am with an eraser and no marker. I gotta take these off and look. So I don't know how to just use paper, but the markers are so, oh, got it. Got it. So, mid, let's break down the word. Put this on here. Mid, mid-eye, ta, mid-eye, ta, eye, middle. Let's look at ta. Remember in music class, ta, ti, ta? I hated that because I knew it was cold. Deep down inside, I knew it was cold. Ta. If this were a ladder and I had to go up this ladder, it's a mountain, right? This is the top of the mountain. Right here is the other side of the mountain, and you would have to go down. Oops, right? But there's a bridge here for some people. Okay. When you get to the top of the mountain, you need people to help you get up. You know how they have teams of people climbing mountains. And when you get up to the top, you need a team to also take you down. Now the ta is the cross right here. So if you ascend up right here, then you still got to find a way to get down because you stuck on the top. And you sitting up here like you standing on top of a table. And then, somebody got to come find you. Somebody got to, how you doing? So do you, and then when you descend, this person, whoever is there, this is your third eye. This is it's in your brain. This is your third eye. So this person has to come down from the cross, which is here. When your kundalini rises, the crosses out of your third eye. In order to descend back down, the energy needs to come back through your third eye. So your medium, your middle eye, and then TION, the act of, Sean, the ascension, the meditation. So up, down, in and out. Rise up, and I rise up. We fall down, but we get up. Same thing. They keep saying it over and over to you. I'm going to leave the door open. I'm going to leave the door open. New Bruno Mars. I'm sending out a major love. This is my message to you. The planets are lining up, bringing brighter days. They're all alive, waiting for you. Can't you see? You're just another part of me. So I know this is a terrible drawing, but here's the chakras. The 7 planets, the 7 chakras. The planets are lighting up, bringing brighter days. And you gotta need some sunglasses on. Cause you're just another part of me. Y'all know that's my ringtone. So meditate. There you go. Do you allow other energies to ascend and descend, to open and close your third eye? That's why they keep asking you. They want to get up in there. They want to have access. So you have to be careful who you give your access to. Like you don't want certain people having access. He said, "Oh no." So do you meditate? Oopsie, y'all got tricked. Unless you're surrounded by positive energy, people with good intentions, and you know what you're doing, that's a good thing. Like the reason why so many people don't experience their third eye opening is because there's no one enlightened enough around them to vibrate the frequency of it to open. That's why they have to play the sounds. That's why they have to give you the sounds, because usually your vibration and your energy and your, whatever, your kundalini is going to vibrate at a certain frequency depending on certain things. But now they have the technology of sound. They've always had that, so they can use that. They've always had it, like tuning forks. They have crystal bowls. They have the hertz and all that kind of stuff. But if the person that you're surrounding yourself with is not, about too much, you may not experience it. Like that's why they say whoever you hang around is who you become, because that's true. Because you're going to, now it gets super deep. Like you're going to exchange energies, right? You're going to talk, you're going to exchange energies, da da da. If that person who you've exchanged energies with is, someone that is on a higher level, then you're going to be on a higher level, right? Because you've quantumly entangled yourself. It's like an entanglement. So whenever you have a question and you think about it, and you may not have found the answer, but you might have access to the answer through someone else, right? So that's the quantum entanglement. So if you're around dumb, stupid people that aren't doing anything, y'all are quantumly entangled together. So, if you're hanging around certain people, you're going to quantumly become entangled with those people. You can even do this online. Whoever you constantly speak to online, whoever you are constantly talking to on the phone, you're becoming quantumly entangled with them to a point where if they, your third eye may take forever to open being around certain people. But let's just say someone is on a high frequency. They know, this, and that, they can pretty much they've studied so much, they can just say something or, put a picture out there and trigger something within that they know what it means. And if you're quantumly entangled with them, then your third eye will open. So it's like, what? But have you ever noticed like people that hang around each other who are always getting in trouble or not doing too much with their lives? Their friends are usually the same boat. That's why it's very important who you hang around. And like, Even on my other channel, I talk about leveling up, and sometimes you have to let certain people go because you're going somewhere, higher, and you can't hang around certain people anymore because you're not going to get to that next level. It's a level up process, literally. And if you're not around people that can level you up or help you level up, then what are you doing? You're leveling where? Nowhere. And so as groups of people, they are quantumly entangled. They're trying to do this with this whole country. Literally. They see how it works in the spiritual communities. They see how it works with like certain spiritual practices, and now they're trying to implement it on us without knowing. Okay, to quantum entangle us so that we will have empathy for each other, and so that we will feel how the next one feels, and so there will be no secrets between us, and so that everyone will become one. And they're doing it through science. And what you need to see and hear to trigger your awareness. You might not like it. You may not understand it. But the purpose for many things that are going on is to actually get you on the same frequency in order to expand your consciousness so that you could connect with other people. Like feel what they're feeling, see what they're seeing, see from their perspective. I think that's why they use this symbol. Because like everything becomes clear whenever I have this. This is like the third time it's happened. Whenever I see this, the hexagon, reminds me of like, the beehive, hive mind. You like they all work together in one mind. It's like you're becoming one mind, a connected mind. And once the minds are connected, they try to make it sound scary at the same time. Because they feel like, okay, since all their minds are connected, they're going to be like zombies, right? No. The reason why I say no is because you still have free will, and that's the beauty of it. Like you could be like, oh, okay, all these people are doing this, and I feel an empathy towards them, and I feel connected, but at the same time, I don't agree with it, so I'm going to separate myself from that hive. I'm going to go over here and be over here because I agree with this hive more. It's like that social experiment where they had this lady go in a waiting room, and every time like they would push this button, like the sound would go off and people would just stand up and then they would sit down. And the lady was like just walking in, and then they pushed the first button. Everybody else was aware of this experiment except for her. So they pushed the button and everybody in the waiting room stood up and then sat back down. And then it happened like a couple more times, right? It didn't take until like the third or fourth time for the person that just walked in to start standing up and sitting down without even knowing why. They asked no questions. They just started, standing up and sitting when the sound would go off. But they didn't know why. And they would try to ask, and then the person will say, just stand up. You want to stand up. Like, they'll say something like that or something. But that shows you the type of person that they were. They weren't a leader. They weren't an independent thinker, or they felt like if they didn't fall in line that they were going to be an outcast. And so in order to keep your free will in your own mind, you can't fear what other people think. Like if you're not down with what they're doing, walk away. Just like if you're hanging around people that aren't doing much with their lives, walk away. It's the same thing. There's hive mind in certain areas. That's why they're a certain way. If you look, you can see hive mind in different cities. It's not on the level that you're thinking of, but it's still there. You get around some people, you start acting like them. And you think certain things that are, acceptable, that maybe this hive over here says, oh no, that is unacceptable. That's hive mind. It's the same thing. So the hive mind that needs to be created, you create your own hive mind if you have your own group. You see? So there's just like there's different tribes, there's different hives, tribes, there's different everything. Like you don't have to all be one. If you don't agree with certain things, but mutual respect is good. But to have a hive mind, or a collective, as they call it, a collective, a hive mind, or just to have the same type of thinking, when you have multiple people that think similar and on a path for the same goal, it can get accomplished faster. Just like when you have multiple people manifesting the same thing with the same intention, it can come faster. That's what it is. So that's what I'm saying. Like if you're trying to level up, if you're trying to start your business, if you're trying to change your life, you can't hang around those other people whose thoughts are not aligned with yours, because they're going to slow your process. Some people are saying the chosen people who are activated will be able to fly. Starting to believe it. Look at we could already fly. I believe I can fly. I believe. That's metaphor too. That's the same thing. Dinosaur. No, I saw. No, I saw. Flying is a metaphor. Flying is a metaphor. You know how when you dream about flying, how you feel? How do you feel when you dream about flying? What is that feeling that you get? Explain the feeling of flying in a dream. That's what flying is. Someone says free, powerful. I say powerful. Advantage. Lucid, exactly. Bird's eye, higher perspective. This is why the symbol of, in ancient Kemet was a hawk, or what's that bird's name? So yes. And like I said, once this is open and you close these, you can see the ground without even moving. You can see the ground from a bird's eye view without even moving. Falcon? Oh yeah, falcon. You don't have to leave your house to see from a bird's eye view. That's flying. Just like the witches would say that they had to fly on a broom. It's the same thing. A broom represents a hidden hill or a hidden frequency. And a spinal The stick is the spine. Okay, the broom, like the little sticks or whatever at the end. If you look up what broom means and where it grows and stuff like that, it represents hidden, and it also represents a broom is very similar to a tree as well. So you have this broom. You have okay. You have branches on the broom, like at the bottom. And then you have the spine. So it's almost like the Kundalini rising and going all different directions and having so many different perspectives and options as well. So it's just everything is over and over. The same symbolism, the tree, the broom, the spine, the Kundalini energy rising, da da da. And once you get to that point, then you start creating your life because you really understand how that's done now. Like you have the perspective now, you have the information, you know, if you hang around certain people, it's going to slow and impede what you can do. You understand the frequencies, the law of attraction. You understand that as above, so below, as within, so without, and the alchemy, and you start just manifesting and creating what you want to see in your life. And you only surround yourself with certain people to make it faster and easier. Because think about it. And how they always say, you know, start from the bottom, now you're here. That's the struggle. That's the climb. Okay. And once you get out of the environment that was holding you down, or from around the people that were holding you down, or from the circumstance that were holding you down, it's all the way up. It's all the way up, you know. So once you've crossed a certain level, and these, you know, these people are still in their own hive mind, and it's negative and it's not going anywhere, but you've reached the threshold, and you're like, I'm out. And so all these other people got out, and now you have a new group, and you start over here to the next level. You see? So this is the lower group. This is, you know, your first level. This is the people probably grew up around, your family and whatnot. You've outgrown them. On to the next one. I'm on to the next one. On to the next one, please. Somebody get some money, please. So now you have all these other people up here. It's like, hey, how are you? You, yes, okay. Is that you, Oprah? Is that you, Jay-Z? Is that you, Kanye? All right, come on, let's go. I'm gonna take it to the moon, take it to the stars. You know, and they keep going up because it's up and it's up and it's up. Cardi B song, come on now. All right, so there you go. That's what's happening. And every time you link up with certain people and your vibrations get high, you exchange energies and you activate each other's Kundalini energy because you're learning and creating, and you know, you're vibrating high, you know, then you can be open and keep going up. You say that's a playlist. I know, right? That's what I listen to. Maybe that's why I understand it, because I can hear it in the music straight up. Like it's everywhere. Y'all know what a Birkin baggie is, right? It's cold too. A Birkin is bag is a tree. Okay, the up. You got to climb the tree. It's the tree of life. The Birkin bag is the tree of life. So y'all can get me a Birkin bag. That's what it's code for. Most brand names are code for something. Most brand names are code for something. Like the high-end brands are all coded. Ooh, that light's too bright. I can't even put that on me. So I mean, I guess the lesson that we can all take from this is that we create our own reality with our own group. And that group does not have to be the same group that we started with. And some people get stuck and never ascend to their highest potential because they feel bad about leaving those behind who don't want to improve their reality. And I think this is why some people stay there and they feel uncomfortable there because they know they should have done more. And this is why I think a lot of people have regret, because they know they have more potential than what they're actually doing. But they don't want to leave certain people, and level up. You've been stuck, you ain't gonna lie, get unstuck. Because when you start feeling stuck, then your world starts to become a prison. I'm not even lying. If you find a way to free yourself without leaving them behind, or if you work out something to make, how those gangsters go to prison and it's like they still getting lobster and, women and all that kind of stuff, they made their prison their reality because they got money. If you can make your prison like that, wonderful. But if someone is like holding you back, maybe if you tell them, or if you find a way around it, you're good. I think that's what the Shawshank Redemption movie was about. That was actually a good movie. Yeah. There's this video of Charles Manson, and he was talking about, he said, he's not in prison. He said, I can go anywhere I want. I'm not in prison. He was talking about, like, astral traveling, but he didn't see it as a prison. And so it wasn't. He found a way to work around it in his mind. He said prison is a new game. I know. But, he was not in general population. So hmm but it's all about your perspective at the same time. Like, somebody could love their job that you absolutely hate the job, the exact same job. Somebody could love it, wake up every day early to get there. And you could just absolutely hate it, right? And you're looking at that person like, how do you like this? And they're like, you don't know where they came from. You don't know what they had before that. That could be heaven to them. That's the best job ever. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to go, that means it's time for you to level up and get up out of there. Okay. Have you ever seen somebody so happy to have a job that you absolutely could not stand? I'm like, what? Okay. But you don't know where they came from. That's what the point is. Like, they might have came from somewhere way worse, and that job is like the best thing ever. So that's why there's levels to it. I didn't watch the Harry and Meghan interview, but I'm pretty sure I could decode it without even watching it, because it's all the same message. I was the one who loved it because it was the moment. Okay, you dreamed about starting a business. What does that mean? It means you can just start a business, girl. Sir, ma'am, I didn't see your name. Tiffany, it means you can just start a business. Mm-hmm. Paradise, paradise I have with thee. Won't feel insecure again. Isley Brothers. Insecure means you are a prisoner of yourself. Insecure. Cause paradise I have with thee won't feel insecure again. See, there's more. Now, did y'all think the Isley song had all that in it? A lot of their songs are like all extra super coded. Glad to see a new horizon slowly coming into view. So that's what I mean. Like when your third eye opens, you see, you hear, and you put it all together, and it makes sense. And everything is everything. Like Lauryn Hill says. Some of the stupid idiot rappers you think are stupid, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if they wrote their own music or somebody else did. I don't know, but their lyrics are very similar. They make a lot of sense, even though they sound stupid. If you decode it, it makes sense. Okay, because you know what? I'm the highest in the room. It's lit. I hope I make it out of here. So, I live the life of La Familia, the family, the hive. Anyway, it's lit. So, that's what it is. It all makes sense, and then you'll see what it all means, and it'll all unfold, and it's like, on to the next one. Did I know I was gonna sing? You know I was gonna sing Travis Scott because of what I drew. Like so many songs you could use, like to level up, level up, level up. Yeah, okay. I'm the highest in our room. Then you got a new horizon slowly coming into. Same thing. It's like the same song over and over with different artists, lyrics, and tunes. But it all means the same thing. Level up. On to the next one. I believe I can fly. I know y'all can name some more. And I rise like the day, right? So, come on, I know y'all have some more. Up by Cardi B. It is up, it is up. Yep. On to the next one. Rise up by Cardi B. Okay, ladies, now let's get information. Might take them on a ride on my chopper. Let them drop them off at the mall. Let them buy some J's. Let them shop up. Might get your song played on the radio station. Anyway. She filled my mind up with ideas. On and on and on and on. Have I heard Damon Marley and Nas Patience? Yep. That used to be my favorite song back in the day. Sabali. Sabali, Sabali. Yeah. Erica, yeah, Erica, no. She's deep with it. Drake too. But so what you're supposed to be doing is leveling up, literally. If you're the same as you were 5 years ago, something wrong with your people around you. And you're going to have to be the one to break away and go find some other people that's trying to do something, get to the next level. Whether it be spiritually, financially, or all of the above, mentally, spiritually, financially, physically, all of it. Lift off, that's right. YouTube kicked you out. Oh, I'm sorry. But see, and the way to get to this point of leveling up and getting these ideas are to hang around people with similar ideas so that you stimulate each other and your energy starts to affect each other and increase your frequency, and then you rise up, you know. Then you have to go literally in the darkness, like I tell y'all about in my book, and get the answers, because the ideas are going to be flowing, especially when your third eye is open. You're going to be able to grasp so much more, have so many more ideas. This and that. Like right now, my ears are hurting so bad because I've probably been talking too much. I can literally hear the air conditioner. It's so loud. It sounds like a waterfall. That's crazy. Say what? I'm speaking facts. You dropped every friend that did not serve me spiritually, emotionally at all. My life has changed and my family things. I'm running on luck. No, it started to level up, eat right. That's right. It's not luck. I mean, it's change. It's literal change. It's literal leveling up. Because if you level, like, it's not luck if you've changed your life and changed how you think. It's lifestyle change. Luck would be if you didn't change anything and something good came as a result. But if you started doing better, eating better, spiritually doing better, that's not luck. That's effort. That's change. That's discipline. So if they call it luck, it's because they don't understand what change, discipline, seeking knowledge is. How can I get your book? Hard copy? I only see the just click on paperback, because it's not hard. It's like paperback. Just type in this title, or it should be an option when you click. If you, yeah, this one. It says new book in the description bar. Okay. Oh, hey, Cryptonomics. I'm sorry. I'm blind today. I couldn't see. There's so many people in here. Yeah, I got the AC on. It's freezing. But it's cold in my office, but this is like one of the rooms that gets super cold, and the rest of the upstairs, it's not cold like this, but my room is concentrated cold. It's like, this is the spiritual room, spirit sucking up with that energy. The lights don't work in here. Have extension cord from out of there. This is that room. Anyway, I'm about to do what? Then I rise up. But it's hard to want other people's lives and accomplishment if you love your own vision of how you would want your goals to be. I have my own vision. That's right. That's why you got to get around like-minded people. Like, you don't all have to have the same goal, but you must be working in the same direction. Let's say you all wanted to start a business. They might not want to start your type of business. You might not want to start their type of business, but y'all know y'all want to start a business. So you go as far as you can go with those people. And maybe you'll network and meet some other people who are in the same type of business that you're trying to start. Then you go from there. But it's levels. You split when you need to split. It's like a branch of a tree. So just get around anyone that's going in a positive direction if you don't see anybody, and then taper off from there. You'll start to see other people that are more like you and more similar the higher you get. But you just got to get to that that level first, because if no one is around you wanting to do anything, then you're not going to find any like-minded people. So if you can find somebody that just want to start any type of business, and you start talking with them and planning with them and stuff, then grow from there. Like Sasha now, she's into writing. She's writing stories, and she wants to write a play or a book or whatever, both. And she said today at school they had an author come on Zoom and talk to their class about how he creates stories. And he gave them some tips and ideas on how to create their stories and how to combine certain characters that are already made up so that, into a new character. And so she learned how to develop characters. And now she's out probably downstairs writing. I gave her a little notebook, and she writes all her stories, and she's written like 3 so far. Really good. And now that she's gotten some inspiration and learned from this author on how to develop characters, she got with a like-minded person, and it pushed her to the next level. So yeah, mastermind groups, exactly. And so as a result of that, a lot of times you get into the spirituality of it, exchanging information, exchanging breath. Because if you're talking to somebody in the same room or through sound, through the same frequency, that's going to activate something within you, whether you realize it or not. It's going to activate a part of you that is going to wake up and start evolving, and that's just science. That's not disproven. That's science. So if your body is awakened, your energy is awakened, then your mind is going to be on a higher frequency. So that's why you keep moving up. You ever notice that when you want to do better and you get around different people and you start studying different things and seeking knowledge on different things, you don't fall back all the way down. It's very hard to see that unless you have a drug problem or something, or an alcohol problem. But usually those people just keep going because they've gotten to that level. That's why a lot of times people see like people that are rich, and they're like, well, you're already rich. Why do you keep doing these things? It's not the money that they're working for at a certain point, because they can spend money and never spend all of their money. They can, they'll never spend all their money. But what are they doing? Whatever they're doing results in money. So at a certain point, it's about what their goals are. So if their goal is to raise humanity up to a certain level so that they can have the world that they desire. Because, all these people that have money, big money, like the 1%, they don't just create their small reality. Their reality is now the world, because they're so rich and they own so much stuff and they have most of the money. So their reality is not just their life at home with their wife and kids and what they watch on TV and what car they drive. It's the world now. And once you get too big, your perspective grows. Once you level up to the highest level of your perspective, you got to go off the earth. That's why people keep trying to explore space, because they gotten to the highest point on the planet. I'm rich. I got all this money. I got every car. I know all the secrets. I know what y'all be doing. What's next? You see? And so now it's like, okay, I done read every book. I got robots. I know about half the stuff most of the people on the planet don't know about, and I'm bored of it already. And it's funny to watch them walk around and not know anything. But, I control all this, and I want to control the world. I'm going to see if I can change these people now, because I'm so above them that, let's see if we can get them to wake up, because they still sleep and they will not wake up. And so then your reality, because you're on a lower tier, becomes their reality, because they're higher than you. And so now they have control over the lower reality, because they know more and they have more and their perspective is broader. It's the pyramid. Okay. So if you're at the bottom of the pyramid, yes, they said that's the foundation, yeah, but it's still, you're under and able to be influenced by the top. So this is why, another reason why they said Thoth built the pyramid from the top. So what he said, he ain't started at the bottom. I did not start at the bottom. I started from the top. I came here to influence you. My energy came here from the top, not the bottom, not from Earth, cosmic beings. So if you're going to build a pyramid from the top, you have to come and descend down here from up there. Okay. Now when you have this is what they call that influence. That's when your pineal gland and your third eye is picking up on a higher frequency, right? Because you've elevated yourself to a certain frequency by learning, by eating different, by hanging around different people. So you're able to pick up on a new signal. You know how, like, if y'all watch Stranger Things, they had to climb that mountain with that little satellite thing at the end, and they had to get to the top to get the signal. Well, you can't get the signal from down there. You got to get to a certain level to even get a signal. And so this is why some people have certain thinking, and some people still can't get that signal. So the higher you rise up, the better your signal, the better your Wi-Fi, the faster your Wi-Fi, the more technology that you get access to, or that you understand naturally. Like, this is what happens. Like, whenever this happens, you just get like a flood of information, and just that's just what it is. You don't really forget it. It's always going to be there. You apply it and go to the next level. It's like it's almost a gift. It's like a gift of gifting yourself by changing and having discipline and working with certain energies and people, and not being afraid and not having any fear and not afraid to go into the unknown, or not, you know, allowing things to close your mind. That's what it is. I think a lot of people are not able to do this because they're still living in fear, and they're afraid of what could happen, or they don't know all the answers, so they don't want to move in a forward direction. Nobody knows all the answers. That shouldn't stop you. Like, how do you think people find the answers? By going forward. Can't find the answers staying in one place. Ain't nobody gonna come back and tell you. And if they do, you're still not gonna believe them, or you're still gonna be scared because you don't know how it will be, or you don't know if they're lying to you. So make sure you're not afraid. Like, I'm not afraid. Isn't that a song? Eminem or something? Okay, don't be afraid. Just go do it. Like, sometimes you won't even know that this is going to occur, and sometimes you do. But still, you move forward anyway. And it does, great. If it doesn't, okay. You're closer than you were. And it may happen soon. Closed minds don't get fed. That's right. Gotta open it. I have on shades because I'm very sensitive to light at this time, because my third eye is open. And when that happens, you get light sensitivity, sound sensitivity, and your intuition really increases. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Plus, I look good in them. I know a lot of people say, "Ooh, she got beat up." No, I didn't. Look, I still look good. It's just these lights are very sensitive, and if I don't put these on, my eyes will literally turn bloodshot red. I ain't never scared. Bone Crusher song. Um, so I just wanted to share my experience with y'all and try to give y'all some information and help you guys know and understand what's going on. Now, there's a lot you probably won't understand all at first, but like I said, you gotta pay attention. Like, you gotta be a student. You gotta just look. Like, there's some people that I would call initiated, because people will tell them, and they will, like, get into a group, and they'll tell them what's up. And there's some people that's not initiated, and they have to figure it out on their own. And once they do, and they become of a like mind, it's almost like, okay, you're self-taught. That means, you know, you might not know everything the correct way, or the way that other people know it, or there is no correct way, but you still have the information, and you're still getting the results, and blah, 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 blah. So just keep studying and do what you got to do, if that's what you want. Do I get swirling colors? Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Definitely. But you know better, you do better. So What I have to do now is figure out the next thing that I'm planning on doing. I don't know. I'm trying to read some of these. Yeah, so another person that kind of talks similar, if y'all don't know this, the Q Reeves, Quentin Q Reeves YouTube channel. Um, he like he knows a lot of this stuff, and he's like he talks, but a lot of people are not on the same level as other people are, with the talk or the spiritual talk or whatever, or the coded talk. And so when you get to a certain level and you're trying to communicate with people on a lower level, like aliens trying to communicate with earthlings, that's what it's almost like. And I think that's what some people feel like sometimes. And so you have to have a lot of patience to teach and to talk to people that don't know what you're talking about. And I I get frustrated sometimes too. And I'm like, you know, the best way to explain stuff to people I've learned is through music. Do y'all see how many examples that I give with music lyrics? Because y'all know that. Y'all sang it and memorized it and danced to it and twerked to it. So when I say it, ding, 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 you see it. Or when I sing it, you see it, you hear it, you understand it because you've heard it so many times and you like the song, you can relate to that. So now there you go. Or movies, entertainment, whatever. So that's why I use those, because I use what people are, already into. You said you and Q Reeves blasted my mind. He did. I think that's wonderful because I think there's a lot of information, and if you just pick up on it, it's almost like you're it's almost like you have this like technology, right? And you're picking up on some weird alien communication that you can decode. That's a lot of that's a lot of symbols, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people use metaphor for what actually is going on the planet, on Earth. So there are people that speak in, I'm trying to tell you, there are people that speak in straight up code, don't even speak regular anymore. You don't know what, are you speaking regular, or are you just so good at code that I have to decode every single thing? It's like you have to do both because you don't know what they're doing. It's crazy. Some people that appear dumb aren't dumb. They're speaking straight up code. And some people that don't speak a lot, when they do speak, or whatever they're an expert on, they've learned how to speak as code with what they're an expert on. That's crazy. Like Michael Jackson, yeah, he can do that really good. Um, Scientists do it all the time. And it's like, then you get to a point where you say, is this real, or is just it all metaphor and they're using it to trigger you? Like when they talk about certain things, like when they talk about, like, you know how there's a conspiracy theory is, oh, space isn't real. And they talk about space travel. And then here's the conspiracy. Is it just to trigger you? Or is it to give code? and trigger you at the same time. Because like I said, when I closed my eyes and my third eye was activated, I was in space, baby. I was there. I was the universe. Zooming out and zooming in, just like a telescope. So is that what it really is? Are we that camera that's taking these mysterious pictures from all the way in the other galaxy where no camera has been before? How did I get a picture of those other galaxies from far away? How did I get that picture? Right here. But it looks real. So thank you, Sin Design Sprinkle Sprinkle. You speak of music and code, and here I am. Hey, yep, that's what it is. Like, and so even though no spaceship or astronaut or camera or satellite has gone to the depths of space, somehow we have photographs and pictures and paintings and whatnot. And we know of these other galaxies. How do they know? Oh, well, we use the sound wave that it went out. Okay, what's the sound wave? A frequency. Okay, so you used the frequency and it bounced back and told you the colors and with this, no, but then when you close your eyes, even before you saw that on television, you saw that here. If you think about children, before they watched any movies with space on it or whatever, they might have saw it here first. And when you look up at the sky, that's just the sky. But when you close your eyes, it's vast. It's bigger than the sky. That's weird, right? You open your eye and you look up. The sky's huge. You don't see an end in sight. Close your eyes. That's bigger. Because you're part of something way bigger. Beyonce. Bigger than you, bigger than me. Bigger than a picture they painted you to see. I know that's the wrong tune, but you're part of something way bigger. It's bigger in here than it is out there. Try it and won't you see? They have Atlantis technology. We are in the hologram. Yep. We are those telescopes that send out that frequency and bounce back and tell us what's out there through here. And then we put it together in our mind and project it. And then our pineal gland, which is made out of the same kind of cells and tissue that your eye is, projects it like a projection. And then that's what you see, because your eyeballs are in your brain. First of all, they're attached to your brain. So whatever your eyeballs are seeing, your brain is observing and creating at the same time. Period. Until you observe something, you don't, like, you know how they say if you observe the quantum tunneling, that things change? Why does it change? Because your thoughts affect it. Because the thoughts that come out of your head are waves and they affect the particles. Because you're observing it. Because it's all coming from you. Because you are the source of it. Period. That's why I feel like so sensitive, because like I can feel the environment around me. I can feel stuff bouncing off of me and all that kind of stuff. But my brain is just interpreting it, because it's being activated, because my third eye is being activated. So everything in the hologram, or the holographic world, is extra echoey. Everything is more intensified. It's kind of like turning up the light on your computer screen and the sound, and zooming in. The holographic universe. How did I open my third eye? Communicating and reading and studying, and not being around people that have, low standards. Um, being around people that actually are on the same path. And you don't have to really physically be around them. Like I said, sound is good enough. It could be who you watch. It could be who you talk to on the phone. It could be all types of interactions. You said she was soldiers. Don't hang around dumb idiots. That's where the number one thing. Pay attention to your dreams too, and don't ask other people to decode your dreams. That's number one. I'm gonna tell you right there. Decode your own dreams. Do your work. They didn't have them dreams. That's not their reality. They didn't project that in their subconscious mind. That's for you. Do your own work. I promise you, you will grow faster. You will rise higher if you do your own work. Stop asking other people. Do it yourself. The reason why I say that is because they're going to come to a point where you can't ask everybody everything, because you may not be able to trust what they're saying to you, or you'll never get the experience of figuring it out yourself. So let's say you get your answer, but no one can ask you now because you don't know. And now you got to ask somebody again the next time you have a dream, and again and again. Instead of learning how to figure out how to decode your own dream, you become dependent or in a prison for someone else to give you knowledge. This is how the government stuff starts. This is how the religion started and government started. People was too lazy or didn't have time to do the work. So they depended on other people that had the time and the mind to get the answers. And once they started seeing the big gap, like, okay, y'all gonna keep asking? Okay, let's tell them this instead, so they don't know any better. Because they in exchange for our information, in exchange for whatever we do, they do our little dirty work. And I like having my free time, and I like for them to do my dirty work. So what can we do? You see how it starts? Because that's only what will happen naturally next. If you keep asking someone something and they believe you and trust you over a long period of time, oh, they're trustworthy. No worries. Just go ask them. You know? Okay. Well, I'll give you the answer if you do A, B, C, and D for me. Okay, whatever you need. Do all my laundry. Okay. And I'll tell you how to start a business. Sure. Well, first you have to go to school for 12 years, get a loan, Get a credit card. You see where I'm going with this? Because they like you doing their laundry. Because they don't. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? Dreams are nothing but symbols. Take the main symbols you find in your dream and decode them. That's it. There's references online and online. There's books on symbols. If you dreamed about a symbol, go look in a symbol book. There it is. Dream of a door is a symbol. Go look what the symbol of the door means. You dream of, don't try to interpret the story, interpret the symbols. Then the story will make sense. It's like Mad Libs with code. Mm-hmm. I decode my dreams when I'm in them. That's why I can change them. Like that's like when you learn how to decode your dreams while you're in the dream, you can also lucid dream and change the dream, change the reality. So if you understand what things mean when you go to sleep, you won't have to decode your dreams. You will understand them right when you're in them. And you can understand what's going on, what you need to do in the dream. Like you gotta like become so good at the code that you decode your own dreams, or like that's when you start doing something and it's like over and over and over in repetition. You're automatically, when I listen to music, I don't hear the music anymore. I hear the code. I mean, I hear the music, but you know what I mean. I don't just hear the song as a nice song. Oh, that's catchy. I know I hear it straight up code in all of it. There's no way I cannot hear it. Whatever new song comes out, I hear the code in it. I'm like, oh, that's code for this, this, and that. I don't get to enjoy a song without knowing the code of it anymore. That's what I'm saying. Even the stupid Barney song. Okay. Every story, every background story someone tells you, like on TV, and sometimes a lot of those things are coded too. Sometimes they don't even try to code them, they just naturally are coded because your subconscious mind is coding them. Because your perspective is not this perspective, it's from a broader perspective that knows code already. But it has to go through your consciousness that doesn't remember the code. It's kind of like your parent. It's kind of like your child forgot how to tie their shoes, so the parent kind of like puts that little song in the head about how to tie the shoe, and you figure it out, but you don't know how. Or sometimes it's like you say something and you choose a different word versus a word you could have also used, but you don't know why you chose that word. Because when you were having a conversation, your subconscious mind understood the code of that conversation, and your response is the code back. So someone may say something like, oh, you did this and that, and then you'll say, oh, that's wonderful, instead of, oh, that's great. There's a huge difference between wonderful and great, and you may not be thinking about it at the time, but it will slip out. Okay. So wonderful means to wander, or full of wanderers. Great means grand, big. There's a difference. But you don't know why you're saying it until it comes out and it's over with. It's like, oh, I didn't make that decision. I mean, did I? Maybe my subconscious mind did. And then when you think back on it, like, okay. Because there's no past, present, or future, because you already know what's being done, what's being said. And so you respond faster to it. Mm-hmm. You see it, real eyes? Real eyes? How long have I been on here? I gotta go. Dang. Some people don't realize what they're saying either. Like, and I notice this because, like, there's some people that talk all in code, right? And if you're not fully aware of your wording, they may interrupt you. You don't know why. Because they know what you're about to say, or you're in the middle of a word that they rebuke or whatever. They will interrupt you or change the topic or talk over you or whatever. Or give a look as if they don't agree. Even if it's just a regular word like, Like, it's like if you say, oh, that's wonderful. You're like, Because you know what it means, but they don't. And you can't be mad at them unless you know they know what it means. Or you can't tell. And you're like, do they know or do they not know? Sometimes people will seem to know, but not know at all. It'll just be natural. And they won't even know it until somebody tells them, and then they start learning about it. It's like when I was a kid or a teenager and I would draw or write poems and draw art, and I go look at it, the art's totally coded with everything in the correct place, as if it were alchemy. And I had no idea about any of that. I just drew what was in my mind. I did. I was in shock walking from room to room in your apartment. Letters are very coded too. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't know how. Like, and also, like I told y'all, that book, that Peter Savick book, no, Pierre Savick book, Murder of Reality and Holographic Culture. It shows you the wordplay and how spelling of words and sounds of words are also code. You say Murder of Reality. I think Holographic Culture is probably the one I would have started out with if I, could have started out with that one and then read Murder of Reality. Which books am I reading? All those books I just told you. I already finished Murder of Reality. I'm on Holographic Culture right now. Let's see if I have it in here. It's hard to see with these glasses on. It's not in here. Probably downstairs. In my other bag. Y'all, I carry tote bags around with me. Look like I'm like I have a purse and a tote bag that I go like whenever I drive somewhere, and I'm gonna sit in my car like to pick up my kids or somewhere. I carry a giant bag, and it's all books and notebooks in here and makeup. Oh, what is this? The book. A hairband. Another book. Another book. It's like I'm a nerd and I don't even have to be. It's like I'm a nerd, I don't even have to be. Like I'm a nerd and I don't even have to be. What? My biggest thing is trying to be extra proper. Like I can understand the knowledge and recite it back to a kindergartner and explain it so that they can understand it. But I think this is where things get different, like right here. When you have to start speaking in a way that most people do not understand or don't comprehend, and you're going to leave behind interpreting. So it's kind of like when you go and take Spanish in high school. You take Spanish 1, you take Spanish 2. When you get to like Spanish 3 or 4, they don't speak English in that class. You got to know what they're saying and do what they said. Period. Okay? Like, if they say come in, get your pencils and papers out, we finna take a test, and you don't know what that means, you're going to be like, But in Spanish 1, they'll say it in Spanish and English and then make you repeat it. So that's the level that a lot of these people are at now, where they speak straight up code and they don't speak regular no more. It's over. If you don't know, then you don't know. You better find an interpreter. You better go find a SheRaSeven or somebody. SheRaSeven, Shera, whatever her name is. You better go find her channel or someone who's interpreting, because we don't talk that language anymore. You better go find a decoder. Or you better learn how to decode, because those decoders aren't going to stay decoders forever. Just so you know. That's why they try to teach you, so they don't have to stay there. So you can have the information and teach someone else or know what's going on. If you don't get the information, the decoders will disappear eventually. They're not going to decode for the rest of their life. That's boring. Okay? You better get the information and learn how to decode yourself. And you have to watch out, like what people put out there too. Like people will put out stuff as a trap, as a trigger trap. I call it a trigger trap. Y'all can't get me. I'm too smooth. And just remember, when you clicked on here, you're on my channel. If you subscribe to me, you are subscribed. Period. There's nothing you can do in them comments. I'm telling you, it's in everything. It's in everything. Thank you, Queen Mother Sprinkle Sprinkle. Let's see what this says. How do you avoid getting brainwashed by bad code is being embedded into our subconscious without realizing it? Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off unless you know how to decode. That's my best recommendation, but you have to turn it on to learn at the same time. So be decoding while you're watching. Learn symbolism, learn code speech, so that you don't fall victim to the brainwashing, but you understand what they're doing. Like, that's the only reason I watch it, is to decode. I don't watch. There's some shows that I try to watch for enjoyment, but I end up decoding them anyway because it's just natural to me. And after so many years of this, that's how you're going to see everything. You're going to see like a totally different being. This is why some people are like, these elite people are so detached. Yeah, they're detached because they see everything in code, not in your perspective anymore. Their perspectives have changed, but it still works the same. Like, this is what I've learned. It's like, if they say something in code, it may make sense to you as well, but what they meant was totally different than what you heard. But at the same time, they can still profit off of it. They can send like hidden messages and stuff, and you just think, oh, it's a nice picture. Nope, it's instructions, baby. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, you might see a photo or a picture online. That ain't no picture. That's instructions. I'm just trying to tell you. It's funny. It's funny because, like, when you start learning that, you're like, wow, look at all the instructions. Instead of look at all the nice pictures. Look at all the random pictures. Nope. Look at all the strategic instructions. From certain people, not everybody gonna do that. But you'll see a pattern. You'll start to see a pattern. Disrupt and dismantle. And here's another reason why they're not afraid of the regular people. Because they'll never figure it out unless they go through years of intense study and hang around like-minded people that are going to higher directions. You know, because even though if one knows or two knows or 20 know, there are going to be other people that come up with extreme conspiracies that distract them off to the side, and they don't even have the information anymore because now they're distracted onto another path. So not all conspiracy theories are fake though, but I'm just saying certain ones, you know. And then they're onto that and they're not paying attention to whatever else you're doing. So it's like, okay, go ahead over there with that. They are so. It's not messed up. Like, here's the thing. We think it's messed up down here, right? They think they're helping us, literally. But at the same time, you know, some people. Did I just go out? I just saw like a black spiral. Anyway, that was my warning, I guess. You know what I'm saying. Just learn the code, basically, or else you won't know what's going on. Period. Learn the code, and you'll know. I saw like a black circle on my end. The whole screen went black, and it was like a little loading circle. They ain't here for the ones who know. That's right. But, I'm not really saying anything. All I'm saying is they may have come from the same place you came from, and they think that if you climb or if you learn or you do the research, you be a better person for it. It's kind of like raising a child, and if you spoil them and give them too much, they won't know how to take care of themselves when they get older. It's kind of like that. So until you want to do better, or you want to learn more, or you want to seek more knowledge, or you want to get on that frequency and that mental state, it's up to you, not them. It's not their job to tell you. It's up to you to learn it or to figure it out or to become enlightened or whatever. It's not their job to tell you anything. They're going to hint to you with code. They're going to emphasize certain things. They're going to trigger you with certain things to help you. But they can't just straight up come out and say A, B, C, and D means this, this, and that, because you wouldn't believe them, first of all. It wouldn't make sense to you, second of all, because you haven't been doing any type of learning. And so what would be the point? Not you guys, but, people that aren't on the path. Okay, so, that's why you have to do the work. And like, YouTubers like me and people that, teach and help you to code, that's like, your tutor, little sprinkle here and there. But you got to do the rest of the work. If you just research the words, sometimes if you just research the actual word, you get so much knowledge. If there's something that you want to know about, whatever that something is, research the word. Take the word and go find the etymology of it. I promise you, your mind will open. And you have to keep going from there because it's a trail. It's a rabbit. It's a literal rabbit hole. If you're going to research something, it's a rabbit hole. So be prepared to keep reading. And you can't ask people certain things because it would take too long to explain that rabbit hole. That's one that you're going to have to go down. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody's asking me about the injection. What do I think about that? Go read what the word means. Go get the etymology of it and go from there. Use your detective skills and figure out the forensics of that word and the origins and what else it means and go from there. Because that's how they do. Yep. Here you go. I'll give you a hint. Now, don't take this literally. Okay? Take what it means, the word cow, and what does that do in your mind when you think about cow? Close your eyes. Picture a cow. What do you see? I'm serious. When you close your eyes right now, picture a cow. What do you see? Tell me what you see. Right? Put it in the comments. See, a swine flu. That's the wrong animal. A swine is a pig. Come on. Black and white. There you go. Boop. Okay, so black and white. What does that mean to you? What's black and white? The first thing you think of when you see think of black and white, what do you think of? Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. There you go. Mm-hmm. Now you get it? So what's in them? All right then. There you go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You say you think of Michael Jackson? Decode his name. There you go. Yep, yep, yep. So that's how you, yes. Exactly. Go back to Egypt. Who, what the people of Egypt look like? And what's her story? It all mean the same thing, I promise you. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so what else? What does fertility mean though? And where were they? And what were they doing in Egypt? Right? But still, all of that, the image is the symbol. So they could have chosen a different animal. Why the cow? Exactly. They could have chosen any other type of animal. Why the cow? So it's because they what they look like. And even if they weren't two-toned, the bulls have two horns. Even if they weren't the female ones, they still have two horns. So either way, it adds up to duality, black and white, mix, group. What? We are the human cows. See, not everybody's a cow, though. That's the point. Like, you can't say everyone's a cow because we're not all cows. That's another thing that you have to learn. Like, there's different code words, different animals for different types of people that they're going to use. And like, when you know the code, everything is racist. Y'all gonna be laughing. Sasha and I laugh all day because everything on the TV is racist. But in a funny way, if you know the code. Ask somebody that knows, they'll laugh that like everything is racist. The State Farm commercial is racist. When you know code, if you are highly emotional and you start to see this code, everything is racist. Not towards one group of people, but everyone's racist against each other in a joking way. It's like a big joke. Racism on the higher level is a joke. It's like, it's like, I'm trying to tell you in a funny way. Okay, so let me see the best way I can explain this. Let's say you're one body and all your chakras are a different race of people, right? And it's their day off. So your chakras leave and they split up and they go hang out. But they're all different races. And they make fun of each other and laugh. And they make art and music based on the joke, but it also is teaching other people as well. But they get a kick out of it. And then after their day off, and they go back and realign, they all have to work together and they just have a laugh about it. But meanwhile, there's other chakras that don't realize they're part of a larger body and they're fighting against each other. And so the chakras, or the group of chakras or people that know, they go and like make fun of each other because they're like all siblings and brothers and sisters. So it's sibling rivalry is all it is. And they're just making fun of each other because they realize they're all part of one body. But you have these other ones that are unaware and they forgot because they got lost. They don't remember. And they've been brainwashed and told this, and that because they were doing some dirty work because they didn't learn and they didn't use their time and energy to seek knowledge or learn. And so they became the wanderers or the lost chakras and they took everything personally. And when the other chakras came to teach them, or the other races of in a being, or the other chakras came to teach them, they had to teach them in code because you can't wake people up when they're sleepwalking. And so when they go back and they realign, and they left the Jake State Farm commercial for you and laugh about it, you know, it's for your own awakening. It's like the satire in a dream, the symbol you have to decode in your dream. That's all it is. So if all the races create the chakra system, that means it's part of a larger body. So your root chakra fights against your pineal gland or your throat chakra or your heart chakra. They're at war with each other. And they're supposed to be aligned and working together. But some people don't know this. And that's why they can make racism an issue. But when you get to that higher level, you see it like this. And it's like, that's code. That ain't really racist. Donald Trump ain't racist. It's code. Why do you think he wore a red hat on his head? Red is the root chakra. He's saying he is you know what I'm saying? Thinking from the root, the lower self. He did that to himself as a joke. And when you think about the word great, it doesn't mean thumbs up. It means grand, big. And when something is great, it means it's big. The frequency of it is big. The energy of it is big. Okay? And how do you create a big frequency? through the root chakra. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. And like, if you're like, this is why I say, once you get to a certain level, there's no arguing with about any of that. It's all code. So like, if you think you're awake and you're on a certain level and you're sitting here talking about Donald Trump is racist, you ain't on that level. And I'm not trying to take up for him. I'm just saying the code is obvious to so many people that they just laugh. That's like your root chakra talking about your pineal gland. It's the same body. Look, y'all can say what y'all want, but y'all finna do what I say. Okay? Once you realize which chakra you are, which frequency you are, you won't have a problem. You'll fall in line. Period. So which chakra are you? You said colorism. Exactly. But which color are you? Your racism will end, then colorism will start. Once you realize that colorism has to do with chakras too, the colorism will end. So everyone has a job. Everyone has a purpose. Every race, every color in a race has a job on a spiritual realm, on an energy level. That's why we're all different, because we have different jobs. You can't hire the secretary to run the factory. You need the engineer. You need the architect. You need the repair person. You need all of these things in place in order to run a factory. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, they needed a bunch of Oompa Loompas, all them machines, all them different rooms, all them scientists. They need all those things to run a factory. You can't, the secretary and the scientist can't fight because one gets more opportunity or one gets, on TV and the other one doesn't. You know what I mean? And then this is where it begins. This is where the unity then starts. Once you realize this, then this is where the unity starts. When you realize that you want it to be a scientist and not a secretary, well, there's something you can do about it. You know? And I'm just using that as an example. So like, you see, and this is like a sensitive area for people that are not here yet, like on that level. This is a very sensitive area because people are still triggered because they don't realize that they all work for the same body or the same system. So if you're triggered by racism and colorism, it's because no one ever is going to tell you that the elite and the higher ups and even the rappers and stuff, they already understand this. They already understand it. Everyone has a purpose. And so many women already know this. I can see it on Instagram. I can see it on YouTube. Some women already know this. Some don't. You can tell the ones who don't and the ones who do. So Just think of it like a family. Just think of it like the Cosby family. Let's go there. The Cosby family. Those family members did not look related, did they? Impossible, right? It was a created family. You said you raving? So I'm gonna think of a good example for you guys. A good example would be like, okay, did y'all see the movie A Wrinkle in Time with Oprah and Reese Witherspoon and Mindy, I forgot her last name, and the little girl, Storm Reed. Did y'all see that movie? Maybe? You said the Power Rangers. Okay, no one saw it. That was a really good example. You said the Power Rangers. That was silly. Okay, I'll just tell you because it makes sense. Okay. So Oprah's brown, of course. Mindy's brown. Oprah's darker brown. Reese Witherspoon, she's white. The little girl is mixed. Her friend, who's a guy, is white, who likes her. Her little brother is Latino. Because I don't know, I guess he was adopted. So you have all these different races, right? And somehow they travel to another reality, but all of them are needed in order to do so because they all have a different frequency, a harmonic in order to do so. Quantum, they all had to have a certain harmony or a frequency to quantum leap or quantum entangle in order to go to a different reality. So if you don't have the certain harmony in place, you can't get there. And each race is a different frequency. Each color is a different frequency and it's a different harmony. And you can't get there singing in unison. It has to be a harmony. You see? So that's why there's different races and that's why they use them for different things. A, B, C, and D. It's deeper than that, but you understand. Every race is needed to create the harmonic of the dimension that we live on. Otherwise, if the whole world was one frequency, but the frequency was harmonic within itself, then it could exist. But since not all people are the same, there has to be a choir. You got to be alto, you got to be soprano, you got to be bass. You got to be first soprano, you second soprano, you alto, tenor, break. Okay, all of that. Okay, you got to sing this note and you got to sing this note. Sing the song. But now think about a cat. Cats have several vocal cords. They can sound like they're singing two notes at the same time. But if you need the harmonics, you need different people. Just like on Ray Charles, y'all remember that movie Ray? When he needed them backup singers, and one was getting on his nerves because she wanted to be with him, but he was married, and he said, "Get Margie out of here. She's drunk. I'll sing the backup," and they had the recording, and they could do their own harmonics because of technology. They need them backup singers no more. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you need all the different ones. One is not this and one is not that. But as long as you're ignorant of your position and your tone or your frequency, they can use it to exploit you. But if you know who you are, you know how important your role is, that's a different story. So, especially when they call you out of your name, that's code too. Curse words are code. I'm like, if you hear somebody cursing a lot, they drop in a lot of code, especially if they're into the stuff, into their code. So, for example, like, they will call certain races of women certain things as an insult. But at the same time, if you know the code and it applies, it's not an insult. You know what I'm saying? But if it doesn't apply, then it's an insult. So, for example, the hoe word. If you're called a hoe, that basically means this is like someone who can carry many frequencies within. Okay? Who can have many suitors within. You know what I'm saying? So her frequency would have to be harmonic or more than one, which means she would have to have more than one race or more than one frequency, right? So she'd have to be biracial or something like that. Triracial, biracial, something. So she would represent a hoe. They will call me a hoe. But that's code for being able to have a lot of frequencies up in you. You know, and that's when they use the. But see, when you rise, you don't become a hoe, then you become the mother because you gotta shake them out. That's why they be twerking everywhere, dropping them their litter. Okay. When you get up there, you become the mother. The mother is no longer the hoe. The hoe, mother is the cosmic mother. She's the melanated one. The highly melanated. Don't be laughing. Do you? You said mother like Beyonce. Yeah, there's levels. It's like, so depending on there's different types of hoes. Like, look, I sound like a pimp. There's different types of hoes. No, depending on where you are in the world, there's different types of hoes. DJ Khaled was a hoe today on Instagram. Literally, go look at DJ Khaled's Instagram. You're gonna see. So he would be the son. The father would be like Diddy or somebody, one of the other dudes. Drake's the hoe. Rihanna's the hoe. Beyonce's the hoe. But when you get to the top level, then you become a goddess. That's what that Jeep and that pink outfit was. That's the whole outfit. That's the whole car. So y'all want to ride? Hop in, baby. The pink is for the pink. You know what I'm saying? That's why they be wearing the pink. Because you know what that means. So But it's not like literally being a hoe. It's like figuratively. Like, I'm going to hold all of your energies and take you on up to the other side, you know, so we can manifest and raise our Kundalini energies. Because it's through the spine, so it got to go through there too. Got to go. Okay. And the reason why they have to be, that tight is because the resistance of rising, the force and the resistance needs a sacrifice. But, the positive and the negative. But if you're both, ain't no sacrifice. Right? So those within you are protected. And then when they get to the promised land or the heavens or whatnot, or the different level, the next level, there you go. Now they can get their information, do what they gotta do. There you go. How they become the mother, because they're pregnant at this point with all those energies inside of them. It's a figure of speech. It's all code. So, mhm. It's the Jesus story all over. It's just the Jesus story. Y'all want to explain it like the Jesus story? Okay. Mary, Jesus' mother, she had to flee her land. She had to go somewhere. She had to go north. Was it north? Up. Because she was pregnant. And unmarried. Back then, that's a hoe. Okay? She had to. And Jesus was different looking than where she came from. That means he was mixed. If he would have been born there, they would have known. Ooh, he ain't from here. So she had to flee to a different land where people would look more like him. Okay, more harmonic. And when she got to the manger, where the animals and the cows and all them other animals were, and she had him, because nobody would let her into their hotel, them hoes tail, to give birth. So she had to go in a manger. It was just like an ark for the animals. So then when she gave birth, 3 kings came. Was it the 3 wise men? Yeah, 3 wise men came and bore gifts of gold, silver, what was it? Frankincense and myrrh. That's code too. Like all of the, like these are ancient stories with all code. It's the same thing. Then here come Mary Magdalene. She a hoe too. And Jesus said, nope. My mama was a hoe. Okay? Period. That's all it is. And it's not literally a hoe. It's like my mom held the same frequency. You know? You said you're weak. Yep. So does that make sense now? Okay. Now and then everybody keep arguing, no, Jesus was black. No, Jesus was white. No, Jesus was brown. No, Jesus was this. His name wasn't Jesus. What the heck? They can't make up their mind. Why? Because he was both. Like Michael Jackson, okay? Like depending on what era you seen him in, that he was that, okay? Like in 20 in 200 years from now, people gonna be saying Michael Jackson was white, and some people gonna be saying he was black, but they gonna both be right. Okay, because this black is white. He wanted to be a hoe too. He was hoe in a bad era. Then he became all the way white, but he was still black inside. So I don't know. He was a hoe in disguise. I don't know. But and if y'all been watching my videos, y'all know about that MJ stuff, which is funny. You said Kanye. Y'all remember when I said Kanye and Kim would divorce after the shift, the power shift? Kanye was like, I wasn't black or white. He was Michael Jackson. Right? I mean, he didn't choose. Like, see, the thing is, they created their own reality. That like they took it to the MJ took it to the next level. He was like, I'm not playing this game no more. I'm gonna be everything. I'm gonna be whatever I want to be. Y'all ain't gonna know where I'm supposed to be. Took himself out the prison. Okay. Kanye did too. You're not gonna make me just a rapper. I'm a fashion designer. I'm Disney. What else he said he was? Einstein. He named all these crazy people. I'm Apple, Steve Jobs, Michael Jackson. He says, y'all aren't gonna put me in a prison. I'm everyone. Even in fame and knowing your role, when someone tries to control it, it still becomes the prison. And so in order to free himself, as Dave said, he had to change his name, which is just what they call him, his word, his frequency. Because like the same thing, like so much pressure gets put on you because of certain things that you become a prisoner of it. Think about it. Same thing happened to Obama. Obama didn't do nothing for black people. That was his prison. His prison became his color because there was so much expectation put upon him because of the color. But he was only going to be there for 8 years, so that's not a problem. But if you're in the industry since 8 to 10 years old, like a Michael Jackson, up until however long you are, that becomes an income. What they want you to do because you this. So he freed himself. He still had his talent, but now people were side-eyeing him. Why are you changing his skin? Is he for us? The expectations slowed down, but he still represented on his own terms. Okay, so like you don't want to be pressured because of something. That becomes your prison. Could you imagine if you were like Beyonce and you worked hard on your career and you just want to be Beyonce, but the whole world wants you to do this and the whole world wants you to do that instead? Or you need to become this type of thing or person or activist because we think you should. That's not freedom, that's a prison. You'd be imprisoned by your own fans or your own supporters. They would imprison you because of what they want you to be in their reality. This is why a lot of people fake their deaths, because they don't want to be a prisoner anymore. A prisoner of fame. Right? So a lot of people have to free themselves. They don't want to be known as this anymore. They don't want to represent this anymore. They want to go do what they want to do without your expectation. And a lot of people say, oh, Michael Jackson wouldn't fake his death. He loved his fans too much. He didn't love his prison. His fans, yes, they were his paradise, but then they became his prison. He couldn't even walk down the street. He had to hire doubles to walk out the front door while he walked out the back. So a lot of people don't realize this. Mm-hmm. So sometimes, like, too much love is a prison. And somebody smothers you. It's, I want to sit next to you. I want to hold your hand. I want to smell your neck. I want to be all up under you 24/7. That's a prison then. It's not no love anymore. It becomes a prison. It's the same thing. So, yes, he could do that to free himself. So a lot of times these artists take these long breaks because they felt like they were in prison. And then all of a sudden people start thinking that, like, fans start thinking that they have a right to tell the celebrity what they should be doing. This is crazy. This is literally crazy. We become the prison wardens. Literally. And even some people on YouTube, even some trolls on YouTube, want to tell the YouTubers how to run their channel and what to do and da, da, da. And some people get ran off of YouTube because, they can't take all that pressure. But they forgot whose channel it was. It was yours. And you don't have to listen to anything that you don't want to. But see, it's different because you can't click a button to block people. People are going to show up in real life. So this is why a lot of these celebrities take these long breaks, fake their death, go out in disguise, do all this stuff because they're prisoners of their own fans and fame. And not only does it hurt, emotionally, you could literally get mobbed. And the reason why people idolize people, now y'all think I idolize Michael Jackson? I don't idolize Michael Jackson. I understand Michael Jackson. When you become so big, so great, you become like this untouchable frequency. You become like above the crown chakra. You become like a god, literally. You're no longer part of that chakra system. You done created a whole nother chakra. You're like, I'm above y'all. And that's what that is. And so when everyone is like idolizing someone like that, they worship him. But you're not supposed to do that. That's why he had to free himself. He had to get rid of himself because y'all were doing the wrong things. Not y'all individually, but his fans or whatnot. Crazy people. He saved people from turning into idol worshipers by taking himself out of the picture because he had become so great. Even they tried to tear his fame down. They couldn't do it. Too great. So That's what it was. I would never want to be that famous, ever. I would never want to be that great. I can be that great in here in my own mind, in my own reality. I don't want to see it in this physical reality on that level. It's too big. It's too big. It's too wide. It don't fit. It's too much. You know, I got a big ego. Got a big ego. But I can back it up. Right. I don't want to be. I would never. And I think that's why these celebrities take time off, show that they're flawed, because they don't ever want to repeat that. Who's a Neanderthal? Everyone's a hybrid at this point. Right. Rihanna probably just sent her own masters. Right. Oh, you said Kim K? She's from what was her dad from? Her dad was like Armenian, which is close to where Turkey or something like that. Like Arab. She'd just be Arab over there. Like DJ Khaled. Mm-hmm. Persian. Mm-hmm. They're like a mix of all those different races in the area. Right. You see a spicy white. Spicy white. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all are silly. Yeah, like that's why it's like nobody. You can't call people one thing, like, because we know Kim Kardashian is not white. She's spicy white, maybe, yeah. But Paris Hilton is white. You put Paris Hilton next to Kim Kardashian before her nose job. There you go. Big difference. Yeah, I remember she had a lot of work done. The MJ is spicy white too, then, huh? Okay. Um, Indo-European. Okay. You said Kim is not a person of color. It depends. She could be. She could have some DNA. Mm-hmm. Y'all didn't see her when she was younger. Like, y'all gotta go back and look at them pictures. Because people can change with money. Okay? Y'all gotta go look at the old picture. Go look at the old picture. There you go. I know. See, here's the difference. When you're on one side of the spectrum, You're extremely on one side of the spectrum. You see everyone that's not close to you as a different race. Totally. Like you just put them in one category. If you were closer to her, you would not see her as all the way that. This is why there's the in between. You see? Because you could just get labeled. Like, okay, she's not black, that's for sure. But she's not, definitely not Paris Hilton. You see? So you can't just throw her over there. There's the in between. There you go. You said she looked like a wolf. Okay, there you go. Yep, she's mixed. She's a hybrid of different races up in that area. Mm-hmm. So it's like there's no argument. It's just a scale. It's like the foundation colors in Sephora. Okay. If you're on this side versus this side, okay, this is all the white people, this is all the black people. What's in between? Who are those colors for? You know what I'm saying? There you go. Everybody in between, black and white. That's who those colors are for. So you see it. So if you have the darkest of foundations and the lightest of foundations, you start coming to the middle. Which one you gonna get? Which foundation is directly in the middle? What color is that? Think about that one. You said 500 shades. So many people could wear that middle color of foundation. So many people could wear that middle color. You got Donald Trump for one. You got Indian ladies, Pakistani ladies. You have Northern African ladies that could wear it. You have Mexican ladies who can, Latina, Puerto Ricans who can wear it. You have Arab ladies who can wear that. Moroccan ladies, Spanish ladies. Who else can wear that color? Some Asians, South Pacific Asians can wear that color. So you have this range of people. Not everyone is black, not everyone is white. There's a range. It's like the piano. You have the high note and the low note. You need the notes in between to make the music. So it's like you can't just throw someone in a category when there's so much in between. That's how do you think the in between got made? That's y'all children. The black one and the white one got together and made a bunch of kids, and that's them other colors. Don't be mad that was y'all doing that and stuff. Y'all got together and now y'all mad because y'all got all these kids. Don't be mad. Right? Don't be mad because y'all got all them kids. Y'all shouldn't be doing what y'all was doing. If you really sit and think about it, it's funny, right? Like you mad, well, that's y'all's children. That's your niece, that's your nephew, that's your son. We don't know, that could be your child, could be your grandchild, but they all came from both of you guys. Mm-hmm. So if you think, you got to think of it on a grander scale. That's your children. That's them kids. So, don't get too offended. Because everyone always wants to say, "Oh, everyone came from the black woman." That's true. So treat your kids right. And if you had, if everybody came from the black woman and da da da, and some other albinos and some other children and other humanoids and some, DNA experiments went on or whatnot, whoever knows. And then you made it with this person and that person, and y'all had a bunch of kids that look different. They're still all your children. That's why they all have to go back inside of the body and come back the way they came in. That's the whole story. Like the big Russian dolls. You got the big one on the outside and the little one on the inside. And when it's time to pack up and go, the little one got to get inside this one. This one got to get in the medium one. The medium one got to get in the large one. The large one got to get inside the extra large one. So who takes the little ones in? Who takes the little ones in? Okay, the ones that's not as small, just slightly bigger. And then who takes that one in? The other one that's slightly bigger. And who takes that one in? The other one that's bigger. And then you, the mother, will take in all of them, and go right back to where it began. So that's what it is. All the chakras, all the races, all the people go back inside of the one. Then they quantum entangle, and then they separate again. And that's what happens. Mm-hmm. And then they have sibling rivalry and bad kids. All right. That's basically what it is. Y'all just had a bunch of bad kids and y'all mad at them and y'all forgot that y'all was their parents. But some of them remember. I said a bunch of bad kids. Y'all need to ground them children. Make them do right. Come on, kitty. The cat is opening the door. She said, "Let me in." You said what color child comes from the black woman? Whoever the daddy is, mixed with what the mama is. That's what it come out as. Depending on who she slept with, I guess. You know? Yep. Yeah, whoever she slept with, that's DNA. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, racism on a certain level it goes away. That's why Kanye kept saying racism is not it's classism now. It's about class. Because it is. It becomes about class. Like, what is your position? What is your job? Based on your frequency, you have a job. That's your job. He wanted to be more than that. He wanted to be like Michael Jackson. He wanted to be free of that prison of his job and the harmonics of life. He didn't want to be the Russian doll that goes on top of the other Russian doll. He wanted to be a whole different doll. Okay? He didn't want to be that. He wanted to think outside of the mold. He wanted to be his own person. That's why he made that song, I Am a God. But, you know, that's why he can't, bye, kitty. That's why he was like, when he got into that, when he married Kim Kardashian, it was a business deal. Like, that was business, straight up business. I told y'all that in the beginning, and that they were going to get divorced as soon as the shift occurred, didn't I? The shift of power, told you, because it was a business deal. And a lot of these celebrities marry for business. And not, y'all are thinking like business, like money making. No. World business, influential business, influence type business. Like Kanye and Kim, we need to push the interracial agenda. We need y'all to get together and make some babies. Snap to it. We'll pay you this much, you'll become a billionaire. But we need y'all to get them babies going. Because we need that to be the new trend. So hop to it. Okay. All the other Kardashian sisters, yes, you gotta marry black too. You gotta have black babies, mixed babies. Go ahead, do that. Because y'all are the highly influential people. Everybody watches you. Y'all gotta go do that. Okay, do you know how many people have done everything the Kardashians do? What you think they finna do now? Oh, I gotta get me a rapper. I gotta get me a boyfriend who looks like Kylie Jenner. I gotta get me a Travis Scott. I gotta get me a Kanye. I gotta get me a, you know. She said Kim had 4 kids. So they got their money. They got paid, and now the shift has occurred. The shift of power has occurred, and so Kanye had to divorce because that's what time it was. Um, yep, it's time. It was time for that separation because it was like the big shift. hmm What about Michael Jackson and Lisa Marie Presley? That was business too. He got Elvis's catalogs in that divorce. He owned a lot of Elvis's music now, and that was the only legal way to do it. Um, is to marry and divorce and get the masters to Elvis's music through the divorce. I think it was all set up like on purpose because I know Lisa Marie Presley wanted to do something, and I don't think her mom would let her. Like, I think she wanted to sell the business and get out of the business, or sell the masters or something as revenge. I don't know. You don't ever know why. But she legally did it by marrying Michael Jackson and then giving it to him. They was probably scheming and plotting on the phone. Look, I'm gonna make you famous. You gonna be on TV. You gonna be known as my wife. You know, you wanna make your mama mad. Marry me, and when I divorce you, I'm taking all Elvis's records. Oh, come on, I'm Michael Jackson. I got you. Okay. There you go. You said MJ kids are white. Yeah, that's because those aren't really his kids. Only Blanket is his child. The other ones are his dermatologist and the nurse's kids. Not to be rude or anything, but I think people know that. Like, no disrespect, but I think people figured that out. Blanket is his child, though. And he also has another son. I don't know who that is, but. That's why his name is Blanket, because he's hidden, blanketed. The other two are. I'm worried. What? It doesn't matter. They know they're white. All they gotta do is their DNA. Period. Everybody knows that. Anybody who confused. I'm sorry for you. Okay, that's all I can give you. Like, if you don't see with your eyeballs, I'm sorry. I don't know. Does it make them any less beautiful or whatever? They're just not biologically Michael Jackson's children. Some of them. It doesn't mean they're not his legal children. And Michael Jackson is very smart. Y'all already know this. Y'all know how smart he is. He's planned everything from a long time ago. Why do you think he has? Who do you think has his estate and a lot of his money? And hold his best interest in mind. Think about it. Yep. And in this society, let's face it, they're not going to try to take that money from them kids either. They're not going to try to, create drama around those children. Okay. He knew that. And it doesn't matter. Like, I'm trying to tell y'all, it don't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter is because Michael Jackson probably already has kids everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Which y'all don't know about. But the other thing is, he already knew that certain people wouldn't mess with those children trying to take the money. There you go. And here's the thing that makes a lot of people look weird. I'm gonna tell y'all what makes people look weird. To be so obsessed over race. To be obsessed. Now let me tell y'all, I know this is tough to hear, but to be obsessed over race shows that you don't know who you are. You know what I mean? Like, to be obsessed over race means that you are obsessed over other people's race. And when you're obsessed about something, it means you spend time and energy invested in it. Okay? So it's an indicator, as to question, why are you so obsessed? with race? Is it for code? Is it for harmonics? Or what is it for? Like if it's not for code or harmonics or science or frequency, what is it for? Because that's what I see it as. It's a frequency. That's all it is. If it's a code or a frequency or a strand of DNA, you have A, G, T, and C. Sometimes U. They're all different. They're all needed to create the DNA. Same thing as race. Okay? So if you're only obsessed with race because of, I don't know, past treatment, future treatment, current treatment, not understanding the roles of different people because we weren't taught those things, then that's a different story. But you shouldn't obsess over race because it shows that some people are obsessed over it and some people are not. I would say the people that are more obsessed over race should study it way more. There's a reason you're obsessed with it. And if you think about why you're so obsessed with it, it's not because you're upset or wanting to be something else. It's because it's trying to tell you something. Why are you so obsessed with your children? Because you're supposed to be. So, like, if you're super obsessed with race, most likely it's for another reason that you don't realize. Okay? Mm-hmm. How do I know all this? I just know. See, race is alchemy. That's right. That's all it is. So it's just a different frequency. Mm-hmm. It says that all the strings on a harp. Can't play a song without. I mean, you could, but it would be a simple song. Okay. You would be old McDonald, baby. 3 blind mice. You ain't finna get no Michael Jackson. Y'all gonna be singing 3 blind mice and old McDonald's, and that's gonna be it. You see, y'all are silly. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't go to say like everyone is the same. I'm just saying we're all part of the spectrum, like a rainbow, literally. You can't have a rainbow without all the different colors. You just have one color. Can you imagine one color going? That's a laser. What is that one color doing there? That's just what's it called? The bow. Let's look at the bow. Oh, that color. And what happens when it's on? What happens when you see the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over? It's like a rainbow is more fascinating than the sun or the moon when you see it because it's so different, so all inclusive. So people don't point out the sun every day because they see that thing every day. And when the rainbow comes, oh, look, a rainbow. It's so pretty. Take a picture. So, It takes all those to make up that rainbow. And I thought about it for a second. I'm like, okay, if you only had one, if you got rid of all but one race on the planet, they would be bored. It'd be like the Minions, like, or Gremlins or something like that, or the Oompa Loompas or whatever, And what happens when one of them is born different? Think about this. You on the earth and everybody looks just like you. Let's see, one of them are born a little bit different. Everybody after it. Move, that one is mine. I'm tired of y'all looking at you. You look like me. Tired of looking at her. She looks like my mama. Tired of looking at him. He look like my brother. Could you imagine? That's what I really think happened. Literally, I really think that's what happened. Like, as soon as something different came along, people was trying to get at it. I'm not even joking. I know that's what happened. So that's why they say variety is the spice of life. Yeah, I know y'all be watching movies thinking, oh, that guy's cute for, a this and a that. Right? What race is human being? Well, there's different types of humans. But see, the whole thing is like a race is code. Race is a code word. It's a literal race. They say the chakras are wheels because they go in a circle. The energy flows in a circle. So we're all wheels. We're all on a race. Whose chakra is going to speed up the fastest and get the most work done? So if the heart chakra is green and the green represents a certain race, and you're extra loving, and that frequency is speeding up, that race is winning. If your crown chakra is spinning super fast, that race is winning. See? So, which would be purple. So, who's winning? Who's balanced? Are they all balanced? Are they all equal? Should it even be a race? Why is there competition? Who put them up against each other? Does your root chakra compete against your crown chakra? Or do you try to balance them? So if you think of races like your chakras, you won't see it the same. Mm-hmm. Right. What do I see? Demons jumping into bodies after influencing them? Demons jumping into people's bodies. Every time you drink alcohol, yes, I do. All you gotta do is go to the liquor store for that. Sprinkle. Is that why people fight for equality? Well, think about the chakra system. There's Who made that up? Is it even real? I mean, we can go super deep. We got to stop because it's too late. I've been on here too long. But just like we just debunked that, now we come to the chakra system. Is that real? I thought this was a holographic universe. Are the planets real? Am I real? Did I make this up? Who made it up? I don't know. This is why you have to go in sections and levels. You have to solve one mystery first and get over that and be able to laugh at it. Then you have to figure out the next one. There's levels to it. So you get to a certain level and you can make fun of yourself and understand that races are like harmony and you need all of the different spectrum. Then you say, okay, if races were chakras and we need all of them to harmonize and balance so we can rise up and get up out of here, the Kundalini energy, and get to the next level. Okay, so they have to make the races first, right? In order to get to that understanding, to realize that they were all needed to work together like the chakra system. Now, the chakras are also representative of planets. So now the chakras, or the energies, or the flying saucers, got to figure out where they fit in. Okay. Next we talk about aliens and flying saucers, because that's what that is. Oh, I'm waiting for the flying. I see a flying saucer. I see an alien ship. Is that what that is? Or are they ascended chakras? Mm-hmm. Do I believe in aliens? An alien is anything that is not on the an alien or an extraterrestrial or something that is foreign to your body. Anything is an alien if it's foreign to your body. So if a bug is not natural to your body, it is an alien. An extraterrestrial is anything that is outside of the earth. And that's even code. See, I'm telling you, there's like layers upon layers of code. And each puzzle or mystery, you get to the next one and you have to solve that. And it keeps going. So once, like, your intelligence level and how deep you can code also, depends on your level of understanding. So this is how people can tell who's really on a certain level. If they respond to racism in a certain way, if they respond to politics in a certain way, if they respond to staged events or false events in a certain way, um, they know that they're still not very aware. So this is how they know. It's how they know who they can use versus who they can't. So that's why I say, don't get wrapped up in politics. Don't get wrapped up in racism. Don't get wrapped up in everything is code. So it means something else. So don't take it literally. So don't take anything little. Don't go over there arguing and turning blue in the face over voting, because that ain't real either. Okay? Don't get all hyped up over something like sports, because that's rigged too. Don't get all hyped up over these celebrities, because it's all staged and they're given roles and they're told who to marry and what to do, and they get paid. That's their job. Everybody's playing a role. Okay? It's like literally like the Truman Show, and we're Jim Carrey until we figure it out. Then we leave and we out. On to the next. Okay? Until you figure out, until you become aware, you're reacting to this dude like he's your best friend. You're reacting to this lady who got paid to be your wife, like in the Truman Show. And you actually go to work and think you really have a job. You know, until you figure it out. And then it's like, he started to figure it out when no one would let him leave. He started to figure out when he felt like he was in a prison. So when you start to feel like you're in a prison, that's when you're going to wake up. The Truman Show, right? When he started feeling trapped, like he couldn't travel or sail somewhere, that's when he wanted to do it the most. And that's when he figured it out and got out. So they tried to make it seem like there was a hurricane. He still got back on that boat and found that door and left. So that's why, and it looked like a real world, but it was a TV set. And there was people trying to give him clues from within, like with signs and stuff. And it's like literally what's happening. So anyway, I gotta go. I'll see y'all later. Thank y'all for staying this long. If y'all been here from the beginning, y'all been here a long time. If you just tuned in, I'm sorry. You're probably gonna have to wait until this whole thing uploads for it to start over from the beginning. You might can catch it towards the middle or the end, but these videos have to upload all the way. So since this one is so long, it may take a couple of hours, or by tomorrow it should be all the way uploaded if you want to see it from the very beginning. I say the first hour is probably where the most details are in this video, but I've been answering questions and just going on and on. But I think it's good for me as well. Cryptonomics, hey, you've been here this long? Dang. I think I just had to get that out, because like sometimes when your third eye is open and you have so much stuff, energy and information flowing through you, you have to get it out somehow, some way. So thank y'all for listening. I think y'all get a lot of information out of this video. I also think that we need to start thinking more and spending less time trying to figure out the literal and think, what does this mean metaphorically? Because we can see the literal. The literal should be obvious. We don't care about the literal. Okay? No one cares about the literal because it's already explained by your eyeballs. So if you take everything literally, as far as on entertainment and stuff, don't see it as metaphor and try to solve it, because literal is obvious. People aren't going to make art and pay millions of dollars to do literal. Are you? Nope. All right. It's like spending $1,000 on a white t-shirt. It doesn't make sense. Look deeper. I'll see y'all later. Bye.